What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Friday Night Live. Tonight is a new one, a different one completely. We have a package that arrived. This was sent by somebody who watches often, Brian Sherwood, who's in here tonight as well. And he sent me an email originally, actually, and he said, "Hey, have you ever considered doing a build that someone sends you but not knowing what it is?" And I said I hadn't thought of that because it's hard to suggest that to somebody, you know. But he suggested it for himself, and then this showed up. Now I haven't opened it yet, so I have no idea what's in here. I did cover up his return address in case that was visible. My address, it's just shipped to the Vanquish shop, so there's so I don't know. So, but it's all sealed up like he sent it. I have no idea what is in here. I'm excited. It is 12 pounds though. What is it? 12 pounds, 6 ounces. So there's a lot in here. Um, yes, Nicole is not in here right now. We have both been having like our regular seasonal allergy sinus headaches going on lately. Mine hasn't been so bad this week, but man, it's been one. So anyway, she's out for tonight, but that's okay because tonight I am told so far that this could be, or this is basically like a custom build, a custom truck. It's not a truck with instructions or any of that. Nice job remembering to cover his address. Yes, I did. Done deal. And I covered the tracking number for some reason. I don't think that matters, but yeah, I'm excited. It's a D in a box. I know it. Dale C says, when I was trying to come up with the thumbnail for what the live stream was going to be this week, I was like, do I put that? And I was like, nah, I'm not going to use that. So I had to come up with another terrible Photoshop. I'm terrible at thumbnails. But anyway, let's open this thing up. Thanks everybody for disturbing the peace. Old school RCC. I believe Sherbs is also old school RC crawler. So any of you guys old school RCC? What's up? All right. I feel like we just dive in. Nope. I don't feel like we need fanfare for fanfare's sake. Now, I wasn't given any instructions or anything that I was supposed to note specifically. I feel like I'm going to cut this open, but I'm going to open it towards the camera. And not necessarily for my own safety, but more so that you guys can see it as I do. Can't see in it still. Okay, so we have packing paper on top. Whoa, there is a lot. Oh, all right. We're starting off with a bomber interior, so we already know things are going to go well because bomber interiors are perfect. Ooh, we have aluminum panels. So I'm guessing that means a tube buggy. Hyrax in Predator compound. Some Proline shocks, and we do have a tube chassis. What is all? And a Vanquish transmission, some skid plates. I do see an Intigi part. Oh, it's aluminum skid plate. It's okay. All right, I see a chassis in here. We're gonna get to that. This is some electronics. We've got a Vanquish servo horn, a Spectrum 6-channel ESC, and a Reefs 422 HD servo. Hey, Mark Cargill, thank you much. This is making it hard to unload the dishwasher. Sorry, things are falling. We have a RC 4-wheel drive Warren winch. Now, this should be noted. This is Brian's truck when it's done. I'm not keeping this. So don't anybody think that someone's just sending me a bunch of stuff like this. This will go back to him once we're done. So that was the winch controller. Castle Mamba X. I'm guessing that's a motor. Yep, that's a 2850 kV slate motor and Castle Mamba X combo. Obviously, Obviously, something I like. Oh my God. Well, there's a lot of the weight. Jeez. We're gonna open that up in a second. Okay, we're gonna get. What else do we have here? Vanquish battery straps. I can't tell. Some other like bits and bobs. We have a pair of Vanquish axles in here. Front F9, SCX-102 front F9 axle in black with a rear F9 and a servo on axle mount. So axles, and they're built. So that's going to save us some time and allow us to get into some of the other stuff. Incision link set. A Holmes revolver in a 1400 kV flavor. Now, here's the chassis. I'm guessing that this is an RC Speedy, like RC1 or R. Okay. This is a Team K&K screw kit, which I recognize because of the labels. BPC little custom battery mount. We've got Vanquish Method 101s, some super shafty brake rotors. A larger BPC battery mount. So it looks like we have some options on which ones to choose there. And then this was the bag for the K&K screw kit, and that's why they're all in the bottom, because the bag broke. So we have a huge pile of parts here. And wow, there's the weight. This chassis. So okay, I haven't paid any attention to comments yet. Thanks everybody for joining. FYI, appreciate it. If I didn't know what we were building tonight. If you're just joining, I got a package from Brian Sherwood, and I had no idea what it was. It was just a package of a custom truck. That was all he would tell me. And inside, we have just unboxed a huge pile of parts. All what appears to be quality stuff as well. And I'm looking forward to digging in on a lot of this. But this is the what I believe. Ben says RC1. Yes, RC Speedy RC1 chassis. And I've owned the RC Speed and a RC Speedy chassis in the past, and it was the Capra one. Now the build of it was fine. The actual construction, it had some serious geometry issues, but that was one of the early ones. I ordered that as soon as he released it. I have seen some of these put together, so I assume that these are a little bit more polished. And again, the design of it, or the construction of it, looks good. I mean, the welds look nice. Everything looks straight and true and even. It's hefty. Paint the cage, someone's asking. I believe if this one's like mine, it is a stainless steel cage. So there's not actually any need. It is, oh, Brian, are you saying this is an HPM 1400 chassis? Or is this a different chassis altogether? Not RC Speedy. Okay, it is a HPM 1400. That is the maker of this chassis, who I'm not familiar with, but have to look them up. That's interesting. I've never seen. We'll have to get some info on it. It looks very similar in a lot of ways. Just the method of TIG welding. Yeah, it looks good. I assume this is some sort of production tube chassis because all the parts are laser cut, all that. Let's kind of organize how we're going to do this. The chassis obviously are important part. The nice thing is Brian saved me some time. The transmission in here is a Vanquish transmission kit. It's a 3-gear transmission kit that's like an axial, but it's fully built. And he already assembled it. So we've got a fully assembled transmission, Incision drive shafts in there, perfect. And then like 3 skid plate options. There's a pinion in there from Incision. So that helps. I'm going to just set that there for now. Electronics we're going to set aside for a moment. Tires we're going to set aside in the box. How about that? Tires in the box, wheels in the box. Again, he sent Vanquish Method 101s with some super shafty rotors. Set those aside. Bomber interior. See, told you, I knew it was going to be a good start. And then some laser cut panels for it. So I imagine this is an overseas made chassis. Usually the way that they TIG weld is different. You can kind of tell. That's why I thought it was by one of the other makers. The winch I'm going to put in the box as well with the other electronics for now. Shocks we'll keep out. I'm going to steal the servo out of this, because we will need that sooner than later. Receiver can go in the box. Like I said, shocks we're going to need. Link set I'm going to use quickly. This is a bag that I didn't know what was in it. We're going to get into that one quickly. So, okay, we had the Vanquish battery straps. We'll throw that with the, actually that's going to go in the box. That's fine. Oh, it's a Traxxas receiver box. And what is this L bracket? Let's see, billet machined side ESC mounting plate for Axial SCX10 from Integy. It's just an angle bracket. Interesting. I've never, we'll see how that plays out. It's going in the box for now. Let's get into stuff. Now, being a custom build like this, it does mean that things can take a while. I'm going to try and go through this I want to try and make a lot of progress. So I'm going to try and do that as much as possible. I may miss a lot more of the chat than normal, but these are kind of exciting. And I wouldn't mind seeing how much I can get done of this in a single stream. Looks like I can see the grease along the seams of the transmission, and it looks blue, so I think you use Vanquish grease. Now and he did send me a full Pro pack of K&K hardware. We're going to set that aside. Battery trays we're going to keep handy in case we need to fit in the chassis. All right, let's start with the boring part, building a link set. But we have good tools for that. Oh, I missed 2 donations. One from, sorry, we'll go back. Sam C, Mr. Sam C, thank you as always. Good to see you. We exchange messages. Always. VP is the only grease that is blue. So it's the one that I assume. There's a lot of Vanquish parts, so I'm making an assumption. I'm jumping, I agree, but we're gonna get all the links set out. Didn't need that for now. We're making more of a trash pile than anything. And to make the link building, oh, and Quack RC, thank you, that was the other one. That is an awesome pile of parts for a build. I kind of want to do a caged build. Like, caged builds are a different type of fun, and everybody should try it. It's a different type of truck to drive. They don't move around like a Lexan body. It's a whole different type of fun. Again, everybody should try it. So I've got the TGH rod end tool that I put in my DeWalt power driver, which is fully charged. That's good. And we'll put the balls in the rod ends. And then these are like my super old pot racing shock pliers. I've had these things for like 10 plus years. I don't really use them for shocks all that much because I've used the clamping part that's supposed to be smooth for a shock shaft like 100 times for putting pivot balls in, and they're completely destroyed. Therefore, I would mar up a good set of shock shafts. So at least the lower part, the bigger part, which I guess that's not really for a shock shaft. It's something much larger. Hey, Brian. Now you're going to have to mail it back. Thank you very much. A generous donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Looking forward to this. It's a fun project. It's fun to change things up. The excitement of getting to open up a package that you don't know what it is, even if you don't get to keep it, it's still fun. It's like my nephew getting to open up everybody else's Christmas presents this year that we watched over FaceTime. He was so excited, even though they weren't for him, but getting to help open everybody else's. Yeah, you know what? It's really hard to watch somebody putting pivot balls into rod ends entertaining. So thanks for the donation. That helps that part. Don't forget to use your zebra tool before installing the ball. What is this? I don't even know what a zebra tool is. Audio. Mike J got me with the audio comment. Had to look up. Are the 518 crawlers here? Oh, is that your local group? That's I know you had mentioned that in the messages. Brian and I have been emailing back and forth. Hey, Tor, thank you much for 100 knock. Much appreciated. Looking forward to a 15-hour build now. I think you'd be surprised how fast we're going to get through it. Zerba tool. Yes, the Zerba tool. So the TGH one is kind of a modified version of that made for the power driver. Definitely speeds up this process immensely. If I can build a set of links in a few minutes, it makes things much faster. And then we can get past the boring part, which is always the links, and get into. And since the axles are already built, we're gonna have a rolling chassis here before the hour mark. Calling it now. Rolling chassis. Well, not rolling, because I mean tires and wheels. Slider before an hour. Then we'll start working on details and all that. Holy smokes, got to get myself one of those rod end bits. Absolutely. The guys from TGH, they sent it to me when they came out with it. I always used my Zerba tool, which was this one here. That would always hold one side, and then I had made my own version of this thing with an axial dog bone, but this one is like properly machined. Mine's a axial dog or stub axle that's been ground on and it's got O-rings and duct tape around it. Not nearly as clean as the machine TGH one. So thanks to those guys. See. Now, there was one extra link in there. I'll have to find the other one though, because normally or it might be with the servo on axle mount. That's usually where the extra links are. Duct tape and zip ties fix most everything. Exactly. They get the job done when needed. Powering through, right? Josh, answer Gordon Cole. What does Gordon Cole say? I don't see the question. It's hard to see them, and if it's not right in the in the I was hoping to be building my daughter's SCXM2 tonight, but I have to work at 4 a.m. Didn't show up until already. Flyers code. Go on. So we're most of the way through this part already. Looking forward to start bolting things up to that chassis. See how it all starts to fit. Now I don't know what's in the Vanquish axles. We'll have to see there. And I also need to open up that servo mount. I see the extra length I need in there. So, hey, we got a big old crowd though. 480 people. Not bad. He's asking thoughts on the Proline trenchers. So I ran my Proline trenchers on the Ripper again last weekend, I guess. I posted a video. Oh, not a video. I just posted like a short clip. But the problem was that it had just rained and it was kind of muddy in areas, and they did not like the mud. They filled up pretty quick and they didn't like to release. So that was a bit of a problem. I need to get them back onto like where I normally run. I feel like they're so close to a pin tire that they would have done really well where I normally run. But I happened to be in that that muddy terrain last weekend. That was just not going to do it. I was filming the Rift last weekend. That's what I was doing. Hey, Jeremy Burris was able to get a Betty from the local store, 897. Just ordered a bomber and a bunch of Vanquish parts for it. Nice. I'm looking forward to playing with my one of the Bettys, not both. Probably going to leave one in a box like a loser, but can't help it. One of them's a low number. Not that it matters. Although someone said that there was somebody who actually had number 37, which I'm still trying to get. But I haven't seen that. I am also a loser, Matt. Hello, Matt. Hey, we're at 497, 499, 499, 501. There you go. We eclipsed 500 people watching. Appreciate it. If you're just joining, the whole point of tonight's build is that I was shipped a box of parts, but I didn't know what it was. It was a custom build inside, is all that I was told. Inside, we have found quite the collection of custom parts that are going inside of this chassis here, which was by some like HPM 1300. That's not the right number, but or probably the wrong initials, but either way. Hopefully somebody else remembered them and can answer that question. Yes, hit the like button if you're watching. If you're watching on a mobile device, I think you have to close the chat and then hit it, and then you can come back. But if you want to do it later, that's fine too. All right, last link, and then we're going to start bolting some stuff together. I feel like it's going to be a power driver. HPM 1400, that's what it was. Hey, Josh Wait, appreciate it. Just ordered VS410 Pro. Can't wait to get it. Nice. The, yeah, Pro's still my favorite. It just is. What I always drive. Just okay. Let's pull the axles out and check them out. So, like I said, these are Vanquish F9. Oh, I can go. I have my other camera in here. So, assembled Vanquish F9 axles. Now, this is the front. We do need to pull the diff or the third member screws out to put the servo and axle mount in. That's a quick one, though. We don't have to disassemble much to do that. The finish looks like it's got Vanquish VDIs in it. They don't have the black coating that an Axial does, so I assume that they're ours. Oh, this kingpin retainer, though, is out of place. So we'll, both sides. We'll fix that. We'll get those loosened up and fixed. Yeah, they're not spinning because of it. Okay, easy fix. Hey, Mark Cargill. I was told I had to put my stimulus check towards the wedding. Oh, couldn't get the Pro like I wanted, so picked up a 10.3. Worst transmission assembly ever. It is kind of a pain, that transmission. I agree. So I have coffee and bubbly. Mark Cargill, his donation, he says, always goes to bubbly. So there it is. Anyway, let's do a couple of things. We're going to keep the rod end tool out because we still have the upper links to do, but we're also going to fix these. So the F9 axles have these little, it's hard to see. See that little shiny piece at the bottom of the C-hub? It's like a replaceable insert for the threads, but the top one is slightly out of place and it's holding it up from rotating. So I'm going to assume things were Loctited and such, but so probably not going to tear everything apart. Buy some bubbly on SBRC. Thank you. Appreciate it as well. We go through a lot of it. And Nicole and I are back on our fancy diet that we did last year in February. It's been a year already almost. So we're have some strict. I'm just gonna have to pull this thing off to get everything to. It's kind of wedged. It's okay. We'll get it. Hello, Miss. Hello. Josh's dad is always here too. My mom and dad are watching. It's my dad's birthday today, everybody. There you go. Ah, okay. We got it now. Right. Get those kingpins tightened up. We're almost there. One side left. Not sure if these kingpins weren't super tight yet. So I think maybe these axles just kind of got assembled to send to me. I think he was saving me time, which he still did a lot. Obviously, assembling 2 complete VP axles can take, I mean, even, what is going on? Sorry, my phone was vibrating away like crazy. And sorry, tedious parts. The little inserts will get replaced, and then I'm gonna, like I said, there's a servo and axle mount. The F9s, when we originally did them, we did it so that you could, where the third member bolted on, you would be able to pull it out and put the, and that was specifically actually for the Ripper at the time, because we released these F9 axles at the same time as we released the Ripper. It was kind of one of those things like, we're going to release this whole truck. Like, we could put the rock jocks under it, but it seems like we should just do a new axle at the same time. And we had done F9s for the other axles in the past, you know, the SCX-101 and the Wraith previously, but camera view. You guys, sorry. Thank you. Mark Cargill donated just so I would look up at the bright blue warning that gets. Right. So, front axle there. We'll make sure everything spins nice and. How much is the axial bouncer? The Rift is $4.99 for a brushless RTR like that. Not bad. Rear spins nice and smooth. It goes to a good home. Thanks, Mark. So rear axle feels great. Let's pull the third member screws out. Pulling these 4 screws out around the diff, the third member won't actually come out because the inner axle shafts will hold it in place. So don't have to worry about anything getting loose. Now we do have a clear servo on axle mount, even though it's a black axle, but that might be more my fault than anything. Might not have been available in black. Oh, we also need to pull off that upper link, or the screw on the upper link. We have to go to a longer one that's included. So do you think they're going to be rock bouncer comps now? So they're rock bouncer competitions are already a thing in certain areas. I'm sure that they will happen in more areas now with the availability of the new car. You know, it's one of those things, like it's a lot easier to find a dirt hill than it is nice rocks. So you can go climb a hill and almost anywhere, which is nice, because if you guys are like me, you'll be driving around and like just looking at rocks like, I wish I could go climb on that. Wish I could go crawl on that. But dirt hills, those are everywhere. All right. I need a piece of plastic. We're going to need this pinion anyway. Put my thread lock on the thread lock's running low. If anything comes loose, Brian, it's because I used Red Cat's thread lock. We can blame them. He's going to want a refund on his donation. They actually had nice thread lock in there. It was almost like a little bit more gel-like than the normal stuff that you saw in Axials. Axials is a little thinner. Remember, you know, if you guys, it's not like the MIP thread lock. Theirs is like a straight up gel. He was saying, Matt Connolly saying, I was very surprised by 3 diffs in the Rift. I know what you mean at first. I agree. But I think that for one, to be able to put that kind of brushless power into a solid axle car and be able to hope things stay alive, you almost need it. If people start locking it on their own and start breaking parts, that's like, well, that's on you. You locked all the diffs. But of course, we're all going to lock all the diffs. Well, a lot. Although, I think you'd be surprised how much that center diff, leaving it open, will make that thing handle. But I think my first move is going to be locking the center diff and leaving the front and rear open at first. Then maybe I'll try locking the rear. And lastly, I'll lock the front. We'll see. Josh, can you do that series about brazing on a budget kind of thing? Yes, that is a plan. My one thing I'm trying to do now is I want to try and finish up some of these other projects that are like kicking around and get those done before I start a bunch of new ones. 50K build's almost done. The UMG, the long wheelbase UMG is almost done. What else do I have? I've got Ben's Woodrunner right behind me. I want to get that done. That one I've been kind of just screwing around on because I've been trying some new things. So that one is just one I also just want to get through. What else do I have? I've got the RCPC, of course, you guys have seen. And yeah, there's other. But then I have like other projects that are here that I haven't even shown. I haven't wanted to start. 3S or 4S on the Rift, part 2 video. So I do plan to do a follow-up. Well, I have 2 more videos already. One is teardown of the axles. One is teardown of the transmission. And then, yeah, doing like a kind of a part 2, or a follow-up on just final thoughts, because, you know, I had to do the whole review before I drove it. So these links that we're building are for that front axle, or the servo and axle mount, because you need 4 link and the drag link. So all right. Done. Links are all done. Servo mounts on the axle. Let's start bolting some links together so we can start putting the axles under the chassis. We'll start looking like something at that part. Any Vanquish parts for the Rift? I hope so. I don't normally talk about like parts or things like that before we're ready to release them, but it is something that we're working on it, looking at it, whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying what or how many or whatever, but we're looking at it. What will happen to the computer truck when completed? Mike, that is a great question. The semi itself, I think, is super cool. I'm definitely going to keep it. The actual computer in the RC semi trailer, I don't know. I don't know what to do, because I have computers now in places I need computers. I don't have a dedicated PC, or a desktop at my CNC in the garage, but it feels like a computer like that is overkill or inappropriate for those needs. So I don't know. I really don't know what to do. I feel like I might send it to EVGA. They were the ones who provided a lot of the computer hardware. So like maybe if they are looking, they had mentioned it to us at one time, like, hey, if you guys want want to display these, like, let us know. So that's an option. And a lot, because, like, if we do that, then there's a possibility, like, then they would either maybe help us out with more hardware in the future, or for another project, or for our builds. Like, EVGA set us, like the computer I'm streaming on right now, when I was first getting this set up to stream in here, luckily they had contacted me and said that they were looking to kind of cooperate outside of their normal realm. And I was obviously super interested, because PCs are something I'm interested in. But they set me up with some hardware in here and for my editing PC. AR60s are going to be a thing of the past now. Matt says we're going to trade them for a 3090. That, if they want to trade the RCPC trailer for a 3090, which is a graphics card for those of you who aren't into being computer nerds, then yes, Matt and I would both be boxing them up and shipping them out. So let's get the links in order. We have our rear 4 link here. that there. This is going to be our drag. That's our, oh yeah, we don't have a Panhard anymore or the other drag link, not needed. This would be the original upper. There's our lowers. Okay. Yeah, now we're set. Wearing the competition's shirt? No, this is a or a app. It's an app owned by a friend of mine and his brother. Okay. Time for bolting links onto axles. So we need some 18mm screws to bolt the links on the axle. 16s will also work, but they don't quite hit the nylon. Let's see if we can find the lengths we need in the K&K screw sets. 12. 4. Okay. It's a very nice screw set, but mine is already organized. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There we go. Yeah. So, hey, Eric Baker, thank you very much for your donation, sir. Balls and holes. So this is the build you were talking about, right? Oh, so yes, this is Brian's build. This is the one that he sent over. And I kept myself, it was hard not to open I'm like, I could open the bottom of the package and it wouldn't be. Sorry, gigabit is also the name of, oh, no. I think that's gigabyte, isn't it, Kyle? Byte with a Y? Otherwise, yeah, you're right. What is better, linear or curve for Mamba X throttle? Personally, I run linear on everything. I don't run Expo on almost anything really. I mean, there's been some vehicles in the past that I felt like I needed to run some Expo in, but for the most part, I keep everything linear, both forward and reverse. Let's see. We're gonna just orient rod ends since I didn't check that yet. All right, front axle is assembled. Now the rear. We've got, I'm just going to use that screw. Sorry there. Rear upper forelink. So this, I assume that this suspension or link set that Brian sent is a 12.3 inch wheelbase. I assume that that's what the chassis is built for as well then. I didn't really check that. I just ripped open the packages like a 9-year-old. And when I was talking about how my screw kit's already so organized and all that, and it is, but my 18mm is almost out. Let's see. What did F Charger TV? Thank you very much for your donation. Josh's parents. Oh boy. You may be interested to hear about your son's large role in my newly found addiction. Luckily, the food bank was open to feed my daughter. Oh, on my way to buy a VS Forte. Oh, I feel. There's some, I guess that's not always. I'm not always doing a public service. But I appreciate your donation and likely your good sense of humor. Or if not yours, at least hopefully your wife's. And There we go. I'm gonna have to refill that. I'm gonna have to find that bag of 18 millimeter screws out of that K&K because I'm not sure if the bag of hardware in my drawer has more in there. Second. Opening the window. Oh, so I should tell everybody the story today of why I got a trail cam in the mail today. Nicole bought Sookie, the screw licker, a bird feeder that goes on its suction cups to the outside of the window. This must be a specific screw kit because there's various numbers of other things. 10s, 164. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find this length of screw that I need. 16. It's 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, maybe 16. Anyway, she bought Sookie this bird feeder. Suction cups to the outside of the window. So she went to go hang the bird feeder. And she went outside to do it. And there was a massive collection of some sort of animal droppings. But her concern was that they were large. like a good sized dog or something, except our backyard is fenced and there wouldn't be and it's all outside of the window. So she was quite concerned, fascinated, really, overly fascinated even, you could say, and wouldn't let it go. So yesterday, I Amazoned a trail camera, and I got that set up just before the stream. Oh, there we go. Hey, Tor, thank you again. Fun fact, or FYI maybe, but if you put 100% drag brake on a Mamba X, the low end is much better than, say, 50% drag brake. Huh, news to me at least. I had not heard how drag brake could affect that. That would be an interesting thing. On my Mamba X, I usually run like 30% drag brake too. I rarely run anything more than 30%. So along with all of this, Brian sent this is the Reefs 422 HD V2 servo. Let me get that bolted in now so we're not doing it while this thing's suspended under the chassis. Josh, when are you going to tell Nicole the droppings were from you? That's exact. Well, she sent me a text message specifically that said, is it you? Because if so, some of it's red and you need to go see a doctor. Well, it wasn't. But I feel like I should go get some bear slippers. Go walk in front of the camera. Because I put it on a tripod and it's fairly low. Hey, thank you for the donation, Taylor Crawler Hub. Much appreciated. Josh is driving all about. Yes, my driving is momentum is definitely where I would say my driving is focused. You can get a lot done with momentum. I'll tell you what, the action video of the Rift was not my favorite video to edit. The problem was that since we're still running the shop, I'm trying to stay as isolated and from that as anyone else, but so I couldn't take anybody with me to film. Sorry, I need to get the clutch set properly. So I had to shoot all that stuff just by myself, and it's just very difficult with that Rift because it's so fast. And shooting fast RC cars from stationary points like I had to is just not great. So that video was not very good. All right, servos in. Oh, he sent me 2 servo horns. Oh, a 24 millimeter and a 20 millimeter. We're gonna leave those off for right now because I don't know if I have my receiver pack in here to power up my servo tester to get everything centered. Gladiator cameos. You know what? That wasn't necessarily on purpose. It was just that I had never been to that spot that I had filmed in either. All right, chassis time. We've got this transmission already built, and we have 3 skid plate options. Now, 2 of them are aluminum. That's weird. Ah, okay. One of these servo or skid plate options is actually for the kit version of the SCX transmission, so we can't use that. The other one, we've got a black aluminum one and a plastic aluminum one. Or, sorry, black aluminum one and a plastic one. I am going to elect to use the plastic one because I think that's a better fit. So I think you'll enjoy it better. Performance wise, it's worth it. And it's a VS410 skid plate, so it's a good one. It's good plastic. Well, Josh, I can't get the DeWalt 680N2 here, but I can get the 680G2. It has a clutch and looks similar. Any knowledge? Oh, actually, I didn't know. The N2 was the only one I had seen here with the clutch. The other one, the only difference that I had seen previously was that it didn't have a clutch. So that was the only. Oh, actually, this, while it is the plastic one, it doesn't have the spacer to get the transmission to the right height to clear the. Oh, but we are using a 1406 motor from Castle. All right, we're going to risk it for now. We're going to install this for now, and we're going to see if everything clears. If so, we'll leave it. If not, I may have spacers here. Let's see. Problem is I don't keep a lot of that. What would you upgrade on the Rift? The trailing arms need upgraded right away. I had that one trailing arm fail on me, so it needs replaced. Hold, please. And I don't think I do. Okay, we're going to change. We're going to install the aluminum one just so that everything fits well. I don't want to risk it and have to remove all of the links and then redo all of that. And we're talking about a big tube chassis anyway. Josh is burning time. Oh God, it's fun. I said we'd have a slider by 7, and that is not the case. I'm gonna fail at my prediction. Wonder how far off I'll be. Now, I already had a screw on there. Let's not forget a little bit of Loctite on this. Folding. Let's see. Bolt the skid on and slide it. What? Oh, I see what you. Dad jokes. But in the video, he bent the lower rear. Oh wait, sorry. I didn't. Everything spins well. Looks like it's in there right. Now we need to determine if this transmission has a orientation. I normally put them with the spur gear facing forward, but we need to check if it'll clear that bomber interior. Ooh. Okay, let's move this up to where it needs to be, because it feels like once I get it in place, it's not going to want to come out. Okay. There we go. Ah, tight fit. It'll work. Just had to tweak it. Not tweak it, just persuade it. The bomber interior. One of the best releases. Okay. Darn it. Problem is that I don't think I can get the interior in with the skid plate in. Can I just slide it straight backwards? Yep, got it. Okay. Redo. Maybe? There is no guarantee. We may have to cut it in half. Doing the custom chassis spin. Okay. Now it's about the right width. So there's a winner. Okay. So this is going to have to be trimmed, it appears. That's a given usually. Oh, you can't go up above because it's got window bars. So, all right. Broke it. Yeah. The good news is that if I did break the bomber interior, I've got extras. I keep bomber interiors around like like cans of orange paint. All right. We're gonna have to do some marking and trimming for that to find its permanent home, because that's not gonna work. But can we see what our clearances are gonna be? It's gonna be tight, but I think we can position the dash to make it clear with some precision trimming. I'm not worried, but I do have to get it back out now. VP Rift rear trailing arms in the works. That'll definitely be one of the projects that I will hope to get going because that is definitely needed, and I don't like anybody else's trailing arms. Well, I'll tell you what, this interior is just as hard to get out as it was to get in. I'm going to hide it from view so that Brian doesn't see what I just did to it to get it out of there. It still looks perfect. All right. We're going to worry about that thing later, but we're going to get everything else in place. Because regardless, it has to get painted. So it's not like it can just live in there permanently. Although painting an interior in place does sound like something I would try. This is not easy to force this skid plate into this chassis. I cannot imagine how watching me try and bend a chassis out of the way to fit a skid plate is. Someone's just watching for me to pinch my fingers, I'm sure. It went in smoother that time. No, it's not in, that's why. Is it in yet? So this thing is slotted, I noticed, front to rear. Let's get some screws in it temporarily too, so it doesn't go anywhere. Nope. Come on. Why does that not want to thread in? I'm not blaming it on an energy skid plate yet, but it could be something else. We're gonna loosen that. Yeah, those slots are just a little tight on trying to get anything. Screw wants to go at a little bit of an angle, and I don't want to cross thread it. So we're going to leave that screw out for the moment. That slot is like a millimeter short on that side. Or the Integy skid is ever so slightly off. I'm really hoping it pops out and causes you to knock that box of screws on the ground. That's just rude. Wow. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, this side's further off. Urgh. Okay. 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 Throwing me a curveball. All right, I'm going to show you guys first. So you're not, I'm going to zoom and focus. Okay, so on this back side, you can see that screw hole is visible. I'm going to go ahead and just put that. And I've got it slid all the way back. So you can see that there. But this side, you see the screw head there. It's just off. So we're gonna have to modify the chassis skid a little bit to make some room. And we have the same issue on, this is the other side of the chassis. So you just saw that side, now this one. This one, kind of the same story. That hole is just a little off. Now there's another inside hole, but it is not threaded. It's like the little indent on the, or it's a smaller thread. It's like it's a smaller thread. Yeah, it's a 2.5 mil, the inner one. but that's for a different reason. That's an energy decision. Okay. We can fix it. I'm not worried. The audio of me filing could be murder to people's ears. Before we do that, we're gonna do. How many times do I have to take this skid plate out, though? Actually, did get myself. Son of. So, I keep a file set in the top drawer for these type of reasons. I really need that. Need some hold music, because. All right. I'll give you a hand signal when the loud noise is over, but I would suggest muting your audio or something. Can't tell how hard or soft this material is yet. Being that it's stainless, it's usually not too bad. No, I'd say it reacts pretty quickly. Jeopardy theme music. Yes, that would be perfect right about now. Now, I'll say that the max OD of this file is slightly greater than the slot, so I can tell as it goes further down, it's making its way into the decent. Yeah, I think we've made progress. Knock out the same thing on the other side. I'm sure Brian is cursing me. It's filing on his brand new chassis. It must be done. It must be done. Ah, there we go. Oh yeah, and if you couldn't hear that sound, it would be because I am using the NVIDIA Broadcast software. It's called NVIDIA Broadcast. It runs on any of the RTX graphics cards, which Matt and I run, and it's supposed to cut out a lot of external background noise. All right, let's see if we made enough headroom to get the possibly. Yeah, I think we did. We lucked out. Get there. 10 minutes. You make it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Said I'd give a hand signal. I definitely did not do that. We're going to. I don't think we made it on this side yet, though. I think we didn't get actually even that close. Maybe, I think the thing is that these two sides just aren't that square to each other. No, we're good. Good. No cursing. I think I got it without cursing. I think that's true. Go. Skid plate is in. Now I will say the skid plate does sit a little bit depressed from these rails on the side, so it's got a bit of a different style. But I'm getting there. Let's bolt some axles in. We'll put it in the rear first. Uppers. So this is the weird one. This is the skid plate that we're using is an aluminum Integy skid plate, and the uppers are normally you kind of just put them through and you put a nut on the other side, but this one's threaded on both sides, so or it's threaded as well, which is a little bit odd. A guy I work with used to make song and artist titles for MTV Music. Wait, I don't know what we're talking about yet. Video killed the radio star. Okay. $604. Yeah, we're up over 600. What do you know? Popular night tonight. Some of the most popular nights have been doing like used projects or things that I just didn't know. One of the other ones was I had got a friend Brian had sent in his a used truck that I kind of knew about, but I hadn't seen it. I knew what it was, just didn't know any actual facts about the truck. And we cleaned it up as best we could. And then of course, like the other most popular one was working on a Ripper. So, but who wouldn't expect that? We're gonna put a small amount of Loctite on these lower links because they're threading. Mother, this chassis blocks access to the lower link screws. Well, that's a new one. Okay. Let's see. I have a 2.5 mil ball end. Okay. We can get it because I did not want to pull that skid. I did not want to pull that skid plate out for the fourth time or fifth time or whatever time it would have been. Brian, I would suggest picking yourself up a set of ball end tips. Okay. What's the HPM tuber retail? I actually do not know that. God, HP. So he just called it the tuber, which is such an old school name. I haven't heard it called that for so long. We always used to call tube chassis tubers back in the day. I'd be interested to hear if Alan Fertgus was old school like RC crawler guy, or just that's just a name he picked up, or a name for things he picked up from whatever. $300 for this chassis, huh? Interesting. 300 bucks is pretty cheap, honestly, for an aftermarket chassis. A aftermarket chassis like this, especially. Tater? Yeah, we used to call them tubers. That was the word. There was actually, I think we had or we always talked about it. We're like, we need a tuber section on RC Crawler, all just for the tube chassis, tubers. That is not the right length. That is too long. Where is Matt Zilla these days? You know, that is a name I have not heard from or about Lou in quite a while. I used to work with him a lot, but he kind of flaked out on me on a couple of things, and it just actually ended up like waiting for him at we were down there working on something together at his shop in Huntington Beach. And then the next day we were supposed to meet there in the morning, and just like couldn't get a hold of him for like, I don't know, like a lot of hours. But like all of my stuff was still in his shop, and I had to get it before I could like leave to drive back to Northern California. It made me very, very upset that day. Right, let's sounds like there's some very interesting old TV show talk going on in the chat, which is all I see is a bunch of random old TV show names that I kind of know. Like I remember watching Nick at Night with a lot of them, but wasn't watching most of them in normal time. All I know is that they took The Office off of Netflix, and my nights have not been the same since. Right. Make sure we got get these other lower links on that we have to put on. I don't even know that I had to worry about Loctite since they're almost blocked from coming out. But there we go. How did those pure spider axles work out on that one build? Never heard about it much after you got it built. So I had built that for another guy, Brett, at the time. And I ran them that one time, and they were a lot of fun to run at the time. They were just so big, and I didn't like the way that they looked. If you guys remember pure spider axles, they were the ones that they had a center diff, and then they kind of like, they had axle shafts that allowed them to bend or go down. It was like a portal before a portal, before portals were so common. But they were okay. They're just not something that I think I would end up wanting myself. Especially nowadays with the quality of portals you can pick up. So, ending up with that. I'll say that this thing's got a lot. See, you can see the angle of the links, especially in the rear. It's got a lot of up travel front and rear. It appears that you'll be able to set this thing at a pretty decent ride height, get good travel. Let's get the shocks on there so we can kind of see. Oh, these are Chronic shocks. These are not the Proline shocks. These are the Pitbull Chronic shocks, which are a really nice shock. I'll pull them out first rather than the packaging. I'll pull them out and then throw them on the floor. So these shocks are, well, they're fairly smooth, but they don't have any oil in it. Is Brian in here? If so, what kind of oil? What kind of shock oil would you like? You can have 20 to 80. Josh, best shocks for the Capra. 4-inch shock. Man, I might try like Losi Comp Crawl. Is Brian, you can install shocks dry? Okay, that's fine. Done. Psh, save me from bleeding the shocks. Done. Well, let's go over a couple of things on these shocks then. So this is the shock design, which looks cool. It's got that kind of a cool anodized color. It also has an aluminum rod end on the lower. Pretty nice. That's a really hefty shock shaft. That's maybe a 4mm shock shaft. The norm is 3mm. So beefy. It's got a machined slider for the dual stage or dual rate springs. It also comes with single stage spring or single rate in case that's the style you want to go with. Let's get these things bolted up though and see how they look. Before we actually get the shocks fully installed onto the chassis, we should install our incision drive shafts too, just in case they don't fit with the shocks installed, like if they won't collapse far enough. That's a beefy shaft. I know it is, right? So these shocks are, while they are very nice. And I've actually heard, I've got some friends that I've never ran these shocks personally. But one of my friends runs them on his VS410. He actually loves them. But they are expensive. I think they're like $90 a pair. I haven't seen that beefy shaft since, well. Oh, Matt. I'm going to leave you your chronic shock tool in the box as well. And I'm going to collect the springs in there. And that, hey, those chronic shocks, size piston body, like Incision Proline Scalar, or more like the L. No, these would be more similar to the Prolines than to the Elements. The Element is basically an old buggy shock that they kind of repurposed to be a scale shock, but it is a larger diameter. These still fit in that size range of typical scale shocks. So 7-8mm diameter body rather than the Element, which would be closer to a 10mm diameter. Right. Trashy audio. Did I have audio quality fail? Or is Mike J just causing problems? All right, we got everything started. One more to go. Sometimes I think Mike J's isn't even trying to cause problems. He just has internet issues and then blames my technology. All right. Like I said, before we actually install the shocks onto the chassis, let's find those incision drive lines. So we've got a front and a rear. This is the rear shaft, which has more of the, it's a little bit longer, so it shows a little more shaft going. Get the set pins out. Might be easier to install the trans side from the top. Definitely put a little Loctite on those threads. That is one thing. You can get a real solid all metal chassis like this with a metal skid plate and metal axles and metal drive shafts. You could definitely see some vibration. So definitely good to make sure you Loctite everything. Let's go ahead and install the rear. We'll make sure to phase the drive shafts. I know I mentioned that in the video for the Rift about phasing drive shafts, and I got a bunch of comments being like, "Oh, what is that?" I had discussed it in the video initially, but that video was far too long already. So I had to take a lot of things that I talked about. I could have made that video like 45 minutes long, and it would have been hardly any more information, but a lot more little points. Definitely had to make. I think when I started editing that video, it was like an hour and 30 minutes, like just the raw footage alone. RC Dave charged up. Thank you for the donation. Finally off work, and you know why I'm here. All right, let's little that. Okay. One more piece of the drive shaft. Can't there. I can actually see it from the side. Put this one in from the side. And then let's see, we got to put we do have wheels and tires to do, which at least when we go to that, I can pay a lot more attention to comments because I can put Vanquish wheels together with my eyes closed. Josh needs a beer. Can't have any beer on our diet. We have 30 days of no sugar, no dairy, no preservatives, no added sugar. You can have natural sugar, but like anything that tastes good. No alcohol, no potatoes, no. Called the Whole 30 diet. Did it last year. It worked really well. I lost like 25 pounds on it last year, so gonna do that again. All right, we're determining shock mounting position. One other thing on these shocks is that the top shock pivot is pressed in, and so it doesn't move around. Again, pretty nice. Oh, it does have one longer standoff side than the other, so worth noting to make sure that you mount it the right way. I don't think I'll need a standoff. Mark Cargill, thank you, sir. If anyone is going our scene tomorrow, just a friendly reminder to hit the like button. And don't forget to charge your transmitter packs. Yes, that is. I'm sure all of us have been in that. I know I drove like 2 hours to a spot to go crawling and realized I got there, turned my transmitter on 10 minutes into the hike. I started getting the low battery. I was like, no. Yes. So I'm going to gain 25 pounds. Good goal, Jesse. So this year I don't plan to gain or to lose the same amount because I didn't gain it all back last year. I gained some of it back, but not all of it. So I would like to get under 190 pounds because I have not been under 190 pounds since 2010. And I was only under 190 pounds then for a very short time. So that's my goal. We'll see if it happens. Of course, I'm not going to do anything extra like exercise to make it happen. I'm just going to try and punish myself with not having anything I like to eat. Brian says, I have another crazy idea for the build, but it would drive Josh crazy. Anyone like to see it down the road? Well, now I just want to hear what the idea is so I can. I'm sure he's right. So in the front, what do we have for? If we lay them all the way back, we still have. Do we have enough clearance for the drag link at full compression? Not quite. All right, we're going to go one forward. We'll see how that clears during suspension travel. I'm 150. Jeez. Let's see. I never weighed over 170. Yeah. So I'm at my heaviest, I was 215. And after the diet last year, I made it to 190, like just right there. And then didn't get under. And I was only 190 a couple of times. So I wasn't like consistently there, but that's my goal. No idea if it'll happen. And honestly, I really should be like, normally we would hike a lot more because we'd go crawling all the time, but it's since I don't really go see a lot of people right now. Oh, there we go. That's a little bit more difficult. What are we thinking of that? It's a pretty good looking stance too. So I've got the front shocks almost all the way back. I think if I go any more, I'm not going to have the clearance up here. So under compression, the drag link isn't going to have clearance. This is, I think, about perfect. With the steering cranked, you may still touch that drag link, but I think that's worth it to keep it a little lower. But that's a damn good look. And the suspension feels good. All right. So we've got the option now. All these extra screw packs sitting around. I don't know where they went, where they came from. I think I've just been pulling screws from the bin rather than using the screw packs. I'm going to put the pinion and set screw in there for now. One thing I didn't do and should have done was put the motor in there, but before I did all that, we'll see. We shall see. I lost 150 pounds. I got divorced. That's, Been there. Had a trainer wife. It was worth it. Learned so much. So obviously panels are not going to go on. I want to see what, I want to bolt the panels on because it would be like rewarding to see how cool this thing will look with them all on there, but we're not going to do that yet. Let's do a little bit of wheel and tire action because again, that'll make it look even kind of better. What did I do it? Tire. Wheels. Okay. I was late. What are we building? We are building a custom chassis. I'll put it on a pedestal. We were building this, and what the backstory behind this is, though, is that I didn't know what was in the box that arrived. I got it earlier this week, and I got it earlier this week, and I didn't open the box. It was supposed to be a surprise that Brian sent with a custom project inside. Oh, that Proline tire smell. I like it. Nicole would like to murder me when I make her. Right. So we've got Vanquish Method 101 wheels. And in addition, we've got some super shafty brake rotors. These are going to get sandwiched between the hub and the wheel face to give it the scale look. You guys want close-up view or maybe all see? You're not going to get to choose for a minute. There you go. So hey Mark, thank you. I have a challenge for you, Josh. Put some 10-3 Nittos on a set of KMC bullies. If you can do it in a half hour or less, there's $50 in it for you. That's an interesting bet. I'd like to try that. I imagine they all have to be new. Both. And do I have to assemble the wheels too, or is it just mounting them? Because that's a no scale hardware. There wasn't any scale hardware in here. That's the new black color looks killer. They do look good. These are a good looking wheel. One of my favorites for sure. The wheels are my outlet wheels, are they? Oh yeah. So anybody who doesn't know, there's an outlet section on the Vanquish site. So if you're shopping direct on Vanquish, there's an outlet section, and if there's some parts that are still good, like there's no actual mechanical issue, anything like that, and that we still feel like they're okay to sell, then we'll put them in that outlet section at a bit of a discount generally. These are a set of those because normally the rear half of the wheel is shiny instead of this kind of matte finish. And these were plated incorrectly with the matte finish on the back. And since that wouldn't, if somebody had a set of the other ones already, then it would then they wouldn't match. So we can't just sell them and be like, oh, it's fine. It's hardly any difference. Then we sell them in there. So it's clear that there's a difference and whatever. Now we don't have a lot of stuff in there typically. It's just things here and there, but that there you go. Hey, Night Customs. James in here from Down Under. Everybody knows Night Customs. What outlet section? Yes, you just go to the Vanquish site and you hit, there's at the top. It's just one of the sections. Or if you're on mobile, you hit the thing and go down and say outlet. Like I said, we don't usually, it's just items that pop up. And then once they're in there, they sell. Once they're done, I remove that item. So they don't show out of stock, they're just gone. Or at least they don't show out of stock for long, because once I see that they've been sold out, then I'll remove them from the site. So dealers can't, like a dealer won't be able to buy. So if anybody's a dealer, you'll see that. Any ETA when the 19 Method 105s in gray will be back inside. 105s are one of those wheels they are machined every day, all day. They go to plating and they just kind of revolve through the colors. I think we had orange in stock this week and maybe blue as well. But the good news is that we have a whole new machine coming just for more 105s. Middle of end of this month, you can have the rings on, but there has to be a timer. Oh, okay. You can have the rings on, but there has to be a time. I like this bet. What is my favorite SCX 10-2? I mean, the Deadbolt is still kind of my favorite. I just liked the style. The Honcho would probably be my second favorite as far as style, but I think the best SCX 10-2 they made is the 2017 Jeep. I think it had the best spec that Axial made. So, what CNCs do y'all run? Haas, Mori. We run Matsuura, so a Japanese one. We run Brother, another. Let's see. We have Citizen for like our Swiss machines. We're mainly Matsuura though. Wonder what the machine runs, 5 or 6 or 7 figures. They're 6 figures. Higher. It depends. Some of them aren't. Some of them aren't. But I mean, any machine's into 6 figures, really. But there's a difference between 200,000 and 800,000. So, but it depends on which one you're talking about. Some are 200,000, some are 800,000. Why is the inner locking ring composite rather than aluminum? So most of the wheels now use a composite locking ring. It was just one of those things, like as aluminum prices kept going up rather than raising the cost of the actual wheels, and machine time was like, we could only keep up so much, that it's just one of those things that got swapped over because they're a little bit lighter, so they're a little bit better in those regards. And they don't have any difference in clamping, so it was an easy switch. So it was one of those things that a lot of us switched over to a long time ago, and then one of those things that we just started rolling into the wheels as things got changed out. Depends on how you kit it out too. Yeah, machines can, like a base machine, it's like, you might find a machine that's 80 grand. You're like, yeah. But then by the time you put a big chip conveyor on it and probing, you increase the number of tools, you increase the spindle, then you have like coolant through and high pressure coolant systems, maybe a robot to change pallets or a pallet loader in general. You can take like a $80,000 machine and all of a sudden it's $300,000. It's crazy. Crazy times. Sometimes it's hard to imagine, like, wait, this was supposed to be how much, and now why is it this much? Hate to be an annoying late guy. What are we building? So what we're building here is the someone's gonna have to remind me of the name. It's HPM like 1300 chassis. And so all the parts showed up in a mystery box that I hadn't opened until the stream started. Once we started, I've cracked in, and now we are where we are. We've got the Vanquish F9 axles, front and rear installed. Front axle has a servo and axle mount. Incision link set. We put an Integy aluminum skid plate in it with a complete Vanquish transmission kit on top, Incision drive shafts, and Pitbull Chronic shocks. That's with a Reefs 422 HD V2 servo so far. We're installing the Method 101 V2s now. And yeah, we're about to put the Proline Hyrax tires on. So the Hyrax tires do have the stock foams in them for now. So what is that? What's going on, Schultz? Good to see you. And yes, this truck is, the whole thing with me not knowing anything about it was because that it's not my truck. This belongs to Brian Sherwood in this stream here. We're gonna mount these with the blue dot to the back side of the wheel. So this is Brian's truck. He had sent me an email through my website, harleydesigns.com. Not that it matters. I don't sell anything on it. But just with the idea of not knowing, and I was in for it. And he said, he did preface it with saying, it's all parts, it's using parts that I know you'd like. And I think that he was correct in saying that. Everything, he sent me a really nice collection of parts in there. Most of the things in this I had used. I hadn't used the Integy skid plate before, but check that our bead is set. I believe it is. But yeah, he kind of sounded like he knew what I had used in the past. So I was comfortable with HPM 1400 chassis by LNL. I had just not heard of these before. All right. Wheel is done. Tire and wheel mounted. Looks good. Let's get the other one done. Dose of 4. 2 of 4. Such a great group. Yeah, we do. 610 people currently. That's a good night for a live stream for Tiny Truckers. Thanks everybody for joining. As always, we do this every Friday night, so you're welcome to hang out. It's generally a kit I don't know, or some kit of some fashion. I built a lot of kits last year. One of the projects that I have on my list is to make a list on my website, like a list of like what we built which nights, and with links and things like that, just in case there was ever a little bit easier to do than search, because sometimes I don't have what it was in the description. And that's the other thing, like I can't go back and edit the descriptions of videos or the live videos, because if you do that, you lose anything that was in the live chat. The live chat just disappears. It won't let you retain that if you edit the description at all or anything else. So it's just like I don't touch it, because the live chat, there's so much cool discussion that goes on. Like every once in a while, I'll kind of go back and I'll put the video on like 1.5 speed and just kind of read through the chat as it scrolls. Since I already know what I said, I don't really need to hear that part again. As much as I obviously like listening to the sound of my own voice. Right. Let's grab a before we assemble those two wheels, let's open up these brake discs. Like I said, these are from Super Shafty. Open up 2 of 4. Now, these do have some thickness, maybe a little less than 100 thou. Let's see if are both these the same offset? 350, 350. So, okay, it's about half the height of the step in. Let's. So it slips over, but it doesn't sit all the way through. So I don't think we're going to need. Just trying to decide if I think we're going to need longer screws or not. I don't like shortening up the threads, but we're gonna see. There wasn't any. I don't think there was screws in that kit. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I'm just gonna tighten that down. Actually, no, I think we're gonna be all right. The screws are almost to the back of the SLW hub, so that's okay. That is gonna be all right. And I'll show, once I get this hub bolted on, I'll show you what the look of those scale rotors is behind the wheel face. Looks pretty good. Adds a little something. Get a manicure, you animal. Yeah, I know. Work in a machine shop. Sometimes you got to get dirty too. What today was one of those days. Fixing a coolant machine. Adds a little something. Little detail behind there. Pretty good. I like it. Let's bolt them on. You can hear all the individual parts and components. Got a little bit of just play in all the mounts here and there. One more time. Is that chassis stainless? Well, I think it is. I can't be sure because I don't know this brand. Someone's gonna have. Brian's gonna have to confirm that because see. How do you get Fusion 360 for free? It's kind of it is a pain. I agree. It's not like they don't make it super clear. You need to sign up. You need to like follow the steps and keep looking for the things that allow you to do a personal license. I can't remember exactly how. I've done it more than once, but it's not. They don't make it easy. I don't blame you for asking. Who are the rotors made by? These were made by Super Shafty. Not sure if they still exist or not. Titanium alloy is what they call it. What? This is said to be titanium? This feels way too heavy to be titanium. I mean, anything can be an alloy, I agree, but man. The panels were custom made in the US by Barn Dog. Oh, I know Barn Dog Fab. Man, Barn Dog. He's been making aluminum panels for stuff since like way back in the original Wraith days and Wraith and Twin Hammer days. He's another old school RC crawler guy. I didn't know he was still around. It's cool to hear. Titanium alloy with brass. Yeah. It also filed way easier than titanium. I kind of agree. Definitely, I didn't feel like this was titanium. I could definitely be wrong. Who knows? But here's where we're sitting with the two. It's got a good stance, man. That is a good stance. Now, I got this steering cranked right now, but I will say that this tire is touching the chassis right here. So, gonna have to limit your steering in one direction, I think. Not by it. I mean, maybe it'll be all right. It's gonna rub, but it still might spin all right. We'll leave it. We'll leave it in view so it can be admired, because it's worth admiring. Yes, it is stainless. There we go. Okay, that definitely feels right. I believe stainless all day. Now, is it magnetic stainless? I know not all. Yeah, it'll stick to it. So it's I mean, not all grades of stainless are non-magnetic, but a lot are. Like the steering links are also stainless, and a magnet will not stick to that. And that's either 304 or 316. I can't remember. But I don't know what the chassis is. Two more wheels, 48 more screws is all. 48 more 164s is all. 24 per face. 316 non-magnetic, 304 magnetic. There we go. Okay, so 316. I didn't think 304 was magnetic. Huh. Power driver, please. Not for 164 hardware. They all spin in so easy, but the bearing handles on the Vanquish ones make it pretty easy. Wheels, it's like I almost don't feel like it's any faster to use a power driver. It probably is a little bit, but just the difference in control of using a power driver versus hand tools is kind of worth it to me on this part even. Yeah, I didn't think 304 was magnetic either, but I don't know. I can't remember. So could just anyone stick a bunch of parts into a box and send it to you to assemble, asking for a friend? Hey, it is quite expensive to do a new kit build every week, so sometimes I am looking for things. You can always email me through my website. It's you know, Brian led with a pretty well-written email explaining his thoughts. And it all made a lot of sense. So I'm not always just wide open to things. The other one is like people are often looking for me to build VS410 Pro or Ultras, but that's one of those ones that's like I try not to do it just constantly. However, Nicole and I have a idea for one coming up. Not a Pro or Ultra specifically, but an idea for another Friday night that might be a lot of fun. But I've got to get some other electronics before it's gonna happen. What is left to do on 50K build? Kind of final assembly after the body. And I'll need to do like one last test fit on the front for the new bumper once I get the body back. Trying to think of anything else. Yeah, that's about it. My high school had a decent bug crawler channel at Spider. Oh. 409, 430, 439 are magnetic. There we go. That sounds about right. You need to lose 2,500 subs so you can get the 50K. Hey, I don't feel that bad. Someone's going to get a really nice car, and only one person's going to win it, so, you know. I get enough questions about it, but really, it's just like, it'll get done, and it'll get given away, and someone will be happy. But I want to get videos done on the finished one before all that, and set that aside. Make sure Matt doesn't enter the contest. Good point. That is the nice thing, that the software picks the winner for me, so I don't have. Now, if it picks somebody like Matt, I don't know. I don't know what I would. I don't know if I can choose a winner again or what. I'm sure I can. There's got to be an option for that. Did all the VP employees get rippers? No. Myself and Jim got rippers. I designed the chassis and all that, and kind of got the body where I wanted it. Jim designed the body. He actually designed the body for something else, and then I had to narrow it to make it use on that. And then what else? What else was it? Michael Pham, who works for us, he bought one. But that's Brandon, my other coworker Brandon, he did get one. So he got an all blacked out. He did everything black on the entire car. I can't remember what, if anything, was left, but anything but black. I think he got like number 34, if I remember. Is Nicole going to build? Psh, I don't think she's gonna. Isn't Pham the owner? No. Pham is my customer service guy. So Pham actually just works from home now. We don't even have to have him come in. After everything started, he's got 2 young kids at home. So he can stay home with them, and I think, it's better for everyone. But when people who can work from home, we allow them to do so. Brandon works from home mainly. So it's good. We don't have to. We try and be as distant as possible. Where this? Sorry. Do you think those rotors would fit the MR307? MR307. MR307 is the incision Holley, and no, the bolt pattern would be different for the hub. The incision bolt pattern is slightly different. So, unfortunately, they will not. You need incision specific accessories for that. What was VP's first product? The very first product from VP was a set of, they were called the revolver wheels. VP used to make paintball stuff. So yeah, the guys who ran, Jim previously, it wasn't Vanquish, that it was actually, they made the paintball stuff for Bob Long. So like there was Ripper paintball guns, and those were made by Jim, Vanquish Jim, Ripper machinist. So, but I think that they were sold under Bob Long's name. So they used to machine all their paintball guns. And then, yeah, Vanquish didn't have like its own line of paintball guns. Vanquish itself was started because as the paintball industry started to have some sort of fluctuation, they started their own deal, because before they were a job shop, and now we only do our own parts. We don't do any outside work. I was brought on with them 5 years ago. 5 years today, actually, was my first day of actual work at Vanquish, because it was my dad's birthday, and my dad's birthday is today. So it has been 5 years to the day where I actually started working there. Yeah, wow. I forgot about that, but I do remember it. It's my dad's birthday. I was like, I'll always be able to remember my first day, because my dad. So you learned something. There you go. Happy anniversary. Yeah, right? 5 years, you get a gold watch or something? Something like that. Kinda something. Yes, 5 years was a good one. Definitely seems way faster. I remember 5 years at the engineering firm felt like 10. Let's get these back screws started. Make sure the bead is set. Yep. Um, you get the task of assembling all VP RTR kits. Yeah, exactly. I'll handle the assembly of all VP RTRs personally in 2021. It's Vanquish. It wouldn't be gold watch. It would be bronze colored Method 101s. So yeah, it's time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. I remember when you said you were moving. Crazy seems like yesterday. I know. I mean, it is amazing. I lived in Kansas City for 10 years, almost 10 years. I moved to Kansas City on January 7th of 2016. I graduated college in December of 2015. Sorry, not 2015. 2006, 2005. In 2005, I graduated college in December. In 2006, January, just a month later, I moved to Kansas City to start my position at an engineering firm. And I worked. What was the last traffic project you worked on? The last traffic project I worked on was a interchange project and reconstruction in Wichita, Kansas. Um, it was US 54 and 54 US 54 and God, seems like I would never forget that. It was a freaking forever project. I don't know. It's by the big mall down there. 54. It's not 291. 54 and something. 50 US 54 400 US 400 whatever. Um, and it was a massive multi-phase phase reconstruction of this thing. Huge. And then US 54 on the east side of town, there was another big reconstruction through this area. And I worked on the construction phasing of that. And that was one I was redoing that project because somebody else who had it just couldn't handle. It's like 235. Thank you, Inspector 71. Yes, US 235 454. And I remember it was like I had slammed through this thing and I was really good at construction phasing. So I, and I was not designing it. I was basically what I would do, kind of, I spent a lot of my time doing was I would take the design that somebody did and I figured out how you could build it while maintaining traffic. So literally figuring out you're going to pour this concrete while you're, driving over here. And but I would spend 2+ years on one project. Crazy. How about a brass Vanquish transmission for 5 years? That's funny. That's funny. Feels like we heard this story last week. That's possible. I've probably told it. You can't stop me from talking about traffic, especially when Nicole's not in here. Still do like my traffic talk. Did you forget to put the ring inside the wheel? I did not. You would find that out quite quickly, I believe. Two years, I get bored after 2 weeks on a project. I know what you mean. Yeah, I had projects that were easily. I had projects that were way more than 2 years too. Sometimes they would go dormant for a while, like there wouldn't be any money or design would have an issue and get held up because of some other. Then you'd get back to it. The problem was like managing budgets and projects that were that long was just. Ugh. All right, bead check. You have a disturbing lack of model lights in the background for someone who designed roads. It's a good point. That would be a good one. I should do that for STL Sunday. Some traffic ideas, some traffic specific. So I have to ask thoughts on Block and the Ford split. Yeah, Travis, that's a great question. So I hadn't watched a lot of the Hoonigan versus the World stuff, but I saw one pop up today and it said like Hoonicorn's final rip, and I was like, what? So I opened it up and yeah, Block announced that he was splitting from Ford, and this was possibly the last time they were driving the Hoonicorn. It's like, well, that's hard to believe, but crazy at the same time. So yeah, I mean, like what did he say? He'd been with Ford for 10, 11 years. Nuts. Have you thought about getting into model railroad? No. Honestly, because of the size. I don't think that it's I don't think that that's gonna happen. Yeah, it seems like it's right up here. I maybe just model road. I'm just gonna do model roads. It's gonna be like a train set. There's gonna be one train crossing, but then the rest is just roads. I thought I forgot to put the brake rotor on it. I was like, oh no, but I didn't. Wait, what just happened? Yeah, Ken Block said that him and Ford have ended their relationship amicably. What's the difference between a traffic circle and a roundabout again? Genuinely interested. And your moderator isn't here to censor you. Yes, a roundabout, when you're approaching it, you always have to yield to traffic that's already in the roundabout. In a traffic circle, though, there is one movement that has the right of way. So they get to come, approach, and then enter and then exit how they. But if you're in the traffic circle and you want to go left, when you enter it and you start to turn, you're gonna have to wait as this traffic comes till there's a gap so you can go through. Or if there's side streets, they have to wait until that traffic's going through before they can enter. It's a difference of right of way mainly. So now that all the wheels are on, how is the steering throw? Well, I need to actually put the servo on this. Let's. I think that we're going to be able to get away with a 20 millimeter horn, especially since there's a little bit of rubbing on that side. So let's mount that up. Now I learned something new about roads today. I just bombed through them. Roundabouts are a fantastic solution in many situations. Not right for all situations. Roundabouts are warranted best when there's not enough traffic to warrant a traffic signal. Oh, is this one of those servos that just indefinitely spins? Okay, well, Brian, you're going to have to program that because I'm not sure if that... Or I'm just going to at least install it for now, and then once I get it powered up, I can figure out recentering it. Still hate them both. I do not like traffic circles, if that makes you feel any better. Right. So if you were to design a road course for Gymkhana, what would you put on it? A diverging diamond in a road course like that, I think would be perfect because you could have traffic coming, you could actually cross. So, like I was saying, there's a little bit of rubbing here on this corner. And I already have the skid plate moved to the extents, so there's not much I can do about shifting or anything like that. But it's not bad. I mean, it's like a 4.5 tire maybe would have been better. But honestly, overall, like this truck just sits good. Not bad, right? It's just got a good stance. So I don't think we're gonna need the 25 millimeter horn. Let's throw that in there. Other parts. Okay. RC four-wheel drive winch. Is that custom? It's purchasable. It is custom, but it's purchasable from somebody that I wish I could remember. I can never. HPM 1400 made by JLT. Ugh. So we got a good looking RC four-wheel drive winch that will bolt onto the pre-cut or pre-drilled winch mounting plate. And it's just a perfect fit for it. I like that. People who can't manage a four-way stop shouldn't have a license. You know what? I take the if I approach a four-way stop and anybody hesitates, I'm going. No, you've lost your turn. It is my turn now. I'm moving on. All right, we're using a very small amount of Loctite on this because, again, just all metal chassis like this, they're gonna wiggle. They're gonna rattle. They're gonna wiggle. Gigabit Games. Have you been working out? Stay healthy, my friend. Thank you. See what happens when someone gives me a free shirt. It was an orange shirt and it's soft. I'm wearing it. Patrick, as always, thank you, sir. Good to see you. And no, I've definitely not been working out. Right. And Gene Master, thank you, sir. Australia only has roundabouts. Trust Yanks to take simple roundabout and make them even harder. Now, I think that traffic signals or traffic circles did not originate here. Honestly, nothing traffic related originated here, it seems. Diverging diamonds, that's a European thing. Roundabouts, I believe, also more of a European thing. Right. There's 2 lengths of screws in this package, and I had used one longer one, so I pulled that out and replaced it with the shorter. Little Loctite on all of them. Let's make sure it's centered before I cinch them down. Well, I don't really get to make that choice because it doesn't go any further that way. So we're just going to tighten it down. Not too much though, because it's a really thin plate. So there we go. Like it's just made for that winch or winches with similar mounting. And that's just, while I'm not a big fan of like using a winch that looks properly scaled like that is always cool. So totally on board for that. But is there a grill in here or no grill? Oh, it doesn't look like there's a place to mount a grill, so probably not. I don't believe there is a grill. Yeah. So I'm just holding these things up for now. I just want to see. Can't help it. I want something like that. And of course, we've got to figure out how to get the bomber. Ah, there you go. Barn Dog Racing. So once you get everything on there, you can either paint it or wrapped, of course. I do think it needs a 3D printed grill though. I think that would help quite a bit. Not saying I have time, but maybe. Maybe I could do it as a Sunday project. Okay. So we've got this, which is a bomber interior. Now, we found already that it is both too long and too difficult to really put it. A couple of other things. Now, one thing we just discovered, or I just not discovered, but understood. This is the that hood that's by Barn Dog, which has got some stickers, not on there, but included. They're just included. This hood just sits flat on there. There's 2 screws to hold it in, only in the front. So there's nothing in the rear to hold this on. It gives us a tiny amount of space between this bar here and the hood. So technically, I think we could try and trim this to allow that to fold over there. One, the hood would help retain it in place in the front because there's no screw holes for this. It was not made for this, wasn't made with provisions to actually mount it. But that would at least give us a solid mount in the front. And there's room for it. But we're gonna do have to do some marking. This part can get a little tedious. So we're gonna kind of center it based on some of the other cuts. We're gonna do that. So I know about the line. Something in that area. I have to cut almost all of that out. 3D print small plastic hinge like the new Axial RTR. For what? Oh, like for the backside of the grill? I mean, that would be a possibility. The easier option is to do cable clamps. They're super rigid. They're stronger than 3D printing then too. All right, so I'm taking note of that, and then I'm gonna mark a. Am I? What do I do with the pen? There it is. Ridiculous. I'm going to mark a spot arbitrarily past that hood bar. Bear Grylls? And we're gonna just start hacking this interior up because that's what bomber interiors are for. Sorry for anybody who's offended by my use of Lexan scissors. I don't subscribe to Matt's score and snap. No. Give me a good pair of scissors or a really crappy worn out pair. Either one. More than anything, we're just going to try and make this interior fit because anybody who was watching earlier in this stream may have remembered how much of a struggle that was. Josh, you win the giveaway. Hasn't been done yet. Once it's finished, you'll know. Before we cut out the bigger part, Score and Snap Canadian beer. Okay, we do. Let's just confirm. How are we gonna take this? pretty much all the, okay. Just making sure I need to cut all of this out because you can't go back. We're going to do the redneck radius job on it. What did my dad always say? By guess and by God. All right. Yeah, it didn't help you anywhere. Why is that so hard? trying to get my head out of the way, very difficult. It's very large. Is it going to be solar powered? No. But we need to see where everything's gonna, what kind of clearances we have to work with before we can start. I still don't like that there's no way to get this goddamn thing in there. Okay. If I was worried that I was gonna have to drop. I think I knew that I was gonna have to drop that again. You see that face? That is the face of excitement. Except that it rotates the wrong way. All right, we're gonna try it one more time. If I do that and then rotate on that corner. Yes. Okay. One little issue is that we are hitting the spur gear cover. This is an issue that I have ran into on the rippers as well. If you run them in this orientation, that spur gear cover hits. And we did look at that, and I was pretty sure it was going to clear. I think that it probably should have got spun around. Brian, do you have any aspirations of running a dig? Because if so, then we're going to make some clearances for this. If not, for sure, I'm going to spin the transmission around. But that is the question. So, okay. I've drank so much coffee already. Is the new Rift interior going to be as versatile as the Bomber? I think so. Other than the fact that it's got a big cut in the, or a big space in the middle where an ESC is at. So, actually, I'm guessing, so probably not. Probably not as versatile. Glowing Tomato, for one, that's an amazing username. But thank you for the donation. He says SCX-102 kit, Enduro kit, or TRX4 Sport kit for first 1/10 crawler. Okay. Out of the box, all three. The TRX4 Sport is hands down the best build. It has the best instructions of any kit I've ever done. And the screws and all of that works super well. Like how they're done. It's another level of super awesome kit build. The Enduro kit, like box stock performance out of any of them, probably the best crawler because of the overdrive that it has in the box. The SCX-102 kit, though, probably my preference because it has a huge aftermarket support and just like all of the things you can do with it. This is basically an SCX-102, but with a new chassis on top. It just has endless amounts of things. SCX 2 is probably what I would pick personally, but I've built a ton of them, or a ton of different cars. So like the TRX4 Sport Kit is just one of the best builds I've ever done. I guess it's one of the best kits. It's just not my favorite car to drive. So you know what I mean? It's like this whole different level. Anyway, did Brian say he did not say whether or not he has aspirations of a dig yet? No dig. Okay. That means I'm flipping this thing around because it will clear better. It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Now, I have to just reverse fit this thing through here. I don't know why that's so much harder. Come on. Pivot. Pivot. It sounds bad. It's not nearly as bad as it sounds. Haha. Success. Okay, before we do that, well, since I'm going to pull that out, that'll allow me to do the, that'll allow me to do a couple of things. So, first of all, we are going to undo the lower link screws with our ball end. I don't really need to do that with a ball end because I can just drop it out of the way, possibly. Let's see. Let's see. It's a good test of maintenance ability, I think. So explain rotating the transmission. The highest part of the transmission is the spur gear cover. And, oh, nope. I can't just drop that out because the upper link screws don't clear. It's got some of those things that are just like almost there. So anyway, the highest part of the transmission is the spur gear, and the better clearance area is underneath the actual like driver torsos. So I'm going to spin them around to fit that in there. So. Now I'm going to I'm pulling out these links so I can spin the skid plate around. A little bit of weirdness pulling these things out because you got double threaded. You have a threaded skid plate and a lock nut. Electric screwdriver is a lifesaver. It definitely is. So now the fun part, pulling that skid plate back out. Damn it, I got myself again. I don't know how I keep doing that. Now the other thing is that the way that I orient the drive shafts, we are going to have to flop those over too, but also a quick change. Pinch number 2. Yes, pinch number 2. Hey, Robin Moore, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So we're going to swap these drive shafts from one side to the next. I still miss the MOA fad. I do as well. I really enjoyed comp crawling for the competition side of it. I loved that. And I really enjoyed comp crawling just by, for exactly what it is. The cars were fun. Now, things changed and I don't necessarily enjoy some of the things that are as popular now in it, but it's mainly because I'm just not as deep into it as I was then. I was hardcore then. It was all I wanted to do. It was all I did. We traveled all over for that too. Right. I only I have only here's a close to swear one time. Harder build. A harder build is needed. Yeah, I don't remember why I almost, but all right. Let's remember to rephase the drive shafts as we reinstall. Oh, before we fully reinstall, let's install the lower links so that we don't block them. We're going to save ourselves. Again, we're going to where's that? Yeah. Reapply thread lock. Turn down our torque so we don't strip a skid plate. Drive shaft came out. That's okay. I just don't want to have to do the motor. Yes, I see your comment there. No blood equals no pitch. Yes, someone says motor. Let's follow their advice while we have this thing out. Now, Brian sent 2 motors. He sent one in this Castle combo. And in this Castle combo is a 2850 1406. Now, the other one, there we go, is this Holmes Revolver. But it is only a 1400 kV. Now, unless Brian says differently, I would say to go with the 1406 2850. We're gonna see how that goes. Matt, thank you for hanging out so long already, past your bedtime. But I think that this truck's pretty. It's a cool build overall. And while I do like these, you guys have been seeing what they want money for Betty's on eBay. I haven't. Ooh, interesting thought. But I think that this motor, this truck deserves a little bit faster speed than the 1400 kV. So it's a nice motor, but it needs the speed. And I think the Mamba X is a good fit with this motor. So, Sidewinder 4, also a good fit for the. So smooth. All right, let's drop our pinion gear on. Little Loctite. So it doesn't just spin off. This is a 15 tooth pinion. I think we have a 56 tooth spur. We do. So, oh, is that going to fit through there? Or am I going to have to take it back off? Take it back off. Knew that. Shouldn't have done that. Jesse Schultz says, I seen an unassembled Ripper for $12,000. That is true. Week after next, not next week, but the week after, I think we are going to be building an unassembled Ripper on this show. Someone bought one and has it for us to install. Pretty crazy. All right. We've got these Incision motor washers, motor screw washers. They give you like a nice bigger flat area to cinch the motor down. Kind of boxy chassis, not many bends. That's kind of, you know, for like actual race chassis especially, straight is strong. You know, that's a Ultra 4 trophy trucks, straight is strong. You don't want a lot of bends. You try and minimize that stuff as much as possible. While I know what you mean style-wise, it can look different, but this looks a lot like a Jimmy's 4x4, like a Bloodline chassis, kind of, if I was to say. Dab of Loctite. Let's make sure we've got that positioned. Okay, there it is. Mixed in with everything. That. Spinning the trans around, change torque twist. I mean, everything's still going to rotate the same way to drive the wheels, so no. You know, the drive shafts still have to spin the same direction. The motor's going to have to spin the opposite way, but that's still the same way as before. It's just in a slightly different orientation. People have argued about rotating a transmission to adjust weight bias and things like that, while I don't really see, there's not a huge difference. Well, a little loose in our mesh, tighten that up a hair, and then get this trans back in. A little tight that time. That's okay. Some Goldilocks action. Too hot, there we go. Perfect. Third time's a charm. The Rift will desperately need a censored system. So the Rift is a lot of fun as it is. It really is. It's a freaking blast. But a censored system would really benefit in some situations. That is for sure. I don't know why I just tried to install the drive shaft at that point when I knew I was going to rotate it around. We're going to install these lowers, and then we're going to put everything back in the chassis and hook everything back up. Number 16 has a new home, or 63 has a new home. It is fun to follow them around. We do have a Ripper owners group on Facebook, but people, we get requests on it. Like, people have to own the car. They can't just come join. So it is fun when new people get them and they pop in. Like, hey, look at that. How similar is this chassis to the Ripper? I mean, in construction, not similar at all. To actual size and stuff, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to compare it. My Ripper's out in the garage. Oh, I guess I have another one on the corner, on the shelf. But on. You got to do this shimmy the skid plate. Ah, fell all the way down to one side. Okay, there we go. All right. Get the skid plate attached again. Did you read? Did you pay retail or only cost of parts? You mean on this? This is not my truck. This truck was sent to me, and this will be sent back to Brian Sherwood, who's in here. He sent me a mystery box, and I thought that would be fun to just open a box and then see what I was building. And I was right. It has been fun. Almost 3 hours in. There's one, there's the other. No, it doesn't. We're gonna have to get the other side all squared up again. You just don't want to go too hard on that because I know that who knows if that skid plate will hold it. Until I have 6 hours later. You're right. I don't know that it'll be 6 hours long. We'll see how far we get. I think that we'll get a good amount. All right, so we have the trans flipped around. I'm gonna reinstall drive shafts now. Come on. I thought I was going to, but nope, sure aren't. Guess what we're back to? The ball end. Unless I take the shock off. Even with the front upper links on, it won't rotate enough. Hey, Brent James, thank you for the 10 Canadian with the pair. What drill is that? That is the DeWalt 8-volt gyro, and it is my favorite. Oh my God, I can't even, with the shocks on, I can't even install them with one link in. I guess I could have taken off the set screw on the drive shaft, and I would have if I would have known I had to do this. Take off both sides, but I thought it would have been easier to take off a single. Sometimes you just don't know. You win some, you lose some. All right. Now we're cooking. I want a new rig that is like the ultimate Tamiya CC01. The Element Trail Runner seems pretty lame. Yeah, it just wasn't. I thought I would like the Element IFS, and I just didn't end up liking it. It doesn't make it bad. It's just not for mine. It's not for mine. Not for me. It's not for me. Okay, so we're into the same situation on the rear. So instead of removing the links, we're going to remove the drive shaft. Is this still on? I'm assuming Rich isn't here. I think you're correct, Perry. And while we're already approaching 3 hours, I'm going to just keep cranking along on this build because it's a good time and it's a fun project. So it will be longer than our normal streams, but I'm sure we'll see a trickle off as we go. It's only 9 o'clock here on the West Coast. I know, much later on in the East. Okay. I just had to make sure I looked at the transmission. It'd be funny if I put it back in the same way I took it out. I could definitely see myself doing that during a live build. Right. Let's get the lock nuts back on. Where's my little wrench? There it is. Nope. I think I installed the upper links first previously because I would have assumed I could have got to the lowers. Okay. What drill ends am I? These are the Traxxas actually, and they work really well. It's the like Traxxas Master set. So it's got 1.5 to 3.0 of, and it's got standard and ball ends of each. And then it also has the nut drivers. It's a really nice set. It came with a handle itself, and I actually use that when I take it on the trail because it comes in like a little handy canvas bag. Sorry, focusing and getting my nut on. Right. Let's Billy Ray, I fell asleep 2 hours ago. Here we are. Yes, we are. Oh man. All right, let's get our upper links on. Then, granted, all of this was basically just because I should have installed the transmission this direction initially, but no bother. Come on. There we go. Perfect. Billy Ray, Josh wants to. Hey, Billy Ray, you're the one that said you had Betty number 37. If so, yes, I would like to buy it, and I will pay you well for it. Let's see. Okay. Let's go. My fiance is reading. I'm watching this. Great night. Yes. Get yourself a book reader. They're easily entertained. You can do loud things and they don't seem to mind. Trade him 37 for a VS410? I mean, I don't know about that. It's still a Betty. but I mean, I'd pay more than it's worth for sure. All right. There you go. Done. Okay, so transmission's in with the motor this time. Now, let's see if swapping it around clears now. There's a chance it still might not clear. Really gotta spin, rotate, drop down, rotate, spin, rotate. Oh, it worked. Oh, it's, well, it is right on it. Right on it. Actually, still might need some clearancing. That's okay. It's actually, it's not that bad. But it's gonna need a hole. But it's in a better spot than if it was in the front. So it wasn't for nothing. It may seem like it, but let's. If Brian doesn't like it, I will replace his bomber interior. Like I said, I have plenty. Right. I'm sure this makes people super cringe but you can cut these things pretty well with them in place with a nice sharp exact, which would be super nice if mine was sharp. It's fairly sharp. Okay. Marked. No, heat gun on Lexan. Bad warp. I've used the heat gun method as well, and it's fine, but it's in a spot right now that it's in an actual corner, and you'd have to you'd have to kind of. I have the real 37. Colin has the real 37. What? 37 is my lucky number. I am also 37 currently, but that is not why it's my lucky number. It's been my lucky number for a very long time. You will see it on a lot of my builds even. Dating way back. Okay. Perfect. Not going to stab myself. Concentrating so I don't. Okay. Who owns Ripper number 37? That's a really good idea. I do not know that. I did not attempt to own that because Rippers are very expensive. And me taking a second one from work, you know, maybe not the best of ideas. I feel like I'm getting good at taking this interior in and out, though. It's like one of those stupid puzzles that you had at the bar. See if you can get the ring off the handcuffs. Or the horseshoes handcuffs. Huh. There we go. Now, oh, Okay, the other thing is we need to take this webbing out of up there. Can I do that in the chassis? I can. Okay. These are very similar cuts to what you have to do on the interior for bomber interior for a Ripper, though. So there is a number of similarities here. Ah, there it is. It clicks down. Perfect. And there we go. It sits under there just right. I can probably... Oh, that worked out really well. I am okay with this. What we have done is satisfactory. I'm going to put the hood on because that's what kind of... For fun, put the Ripper hood on it. Let's... It doesn't look bad, right? But it isn't the right width. You can see it's actually got a decent amount of gap on this side, like a ½ inch too much gap. Other than that, it looks pretty good with it. I agree. So, I can use a 5-axis mill. Can I get the Ripper program? No. Sorry. No, but the I'm pleased with how that interior sits in there. I think the little heads should be a... I don't have a box of little heads sitting under my bench like Matt, so... I don't think Brian sent the heads, so I don't have those to test, but there is room that you could trim off the back if it needed to sit down further, but either way, I think we successfully managed that portion of it. So I'm okay with that. Everything else is sitting pretty well in there. Let's take a look at the position of our ESC. Where did I put that box? There it is. Okay, so we've got a Mamba X ESC. Oh, we need to look at battery tray situations. That's one of those ones that's could be interesting. So let's look at that. Brian sent 2 battery trays, a full width and a narrow. So these are both by BPC. These are kind of their universal battery trays. They come with some little angle brackets. New from Vanquish, a box of little pits. Okay, so this area up here, clearly kind of what they're thinking of for a battery. Also very similar to a Ripper. So we do have side panels that go on in this area. Okay. So the reason I wanted to put that on is that it's got this kick in right here and it sits right against that bar, which is, if I've got this battery tray slid all the way until it's touching the motor, it technically touches this battery tray. If it's straight up and down. The other thing is that they don't have any provisions in there for mounting it. So it will take some sort of custom mounting. That, like, it could fit or does fit just, but it's touching the motor. Like, I'm physically have it up against the motor, and that makes me a little concerned. But at the same time, this is like, if you're using the zip tie, oh God, you guys are killing me with zip ties. That hurts my soul to just say to install that with zip ties. Like, I could never. I could do it to hold it for a moment, but not for an actual installation. Like, zip tie should never. So it'd be nice to have a full size battery tray in his. While the little ones, I think these are both nice. Like, I run small battery packs. I like these, but this truck, it's not going to be like a comp truck, really. It'll do well, but it's a metal chassis, so you're only going to expect so much. So it'd be nice to be able to like throw a 4,000 milliamp pack in this thing and go hit the trail and just have fun for 3 hours at a time. So that's why I would rather say that or rather go with that than this. But for that reason, I feel like it needs. I should CAD up a mount that would allow me to actually hold this thing in place, which wouldn't take that long. So I'm going to expect to go that route. Yeah, I think so. I think I can cheat that panel in place just enough. Whoops. I can cheat that panel in place just enough where bolting on, where'd that little 4mm? There's a bag of K&K hardware in here that's 4mm. Here's one, but it's socket head. These are all socket head. Okay. I've got some 4mm button head. Can't see putting the panels on with socket head screws. Jeremy Burris, you used all the heads I gave you? Ooh, no, I didn't, but I think I have most of them at the office because I've got the painted ones still. Jeremy gave me a handful of like leftover axial heads he had at Team K&K in, what year? Is that, wasn't, must have been 18? 19. What year did I go out there? 19. Yeah. But yeah, I'd have them at the office because that was actually, I think that was before I was here, before I was filming in this studio. So a lot of that stuff is still there. Most of the stuff that is here is just like from new builds that has been started since then. Hey, Rich, what's happening, sir? Are you relaxing slightly after a new release? Even though I know it was Randall's project and all, but I know what reading comments on Facebook can do to you. Okay. That body nut is a little overheated. We're going to need to retap that, I think. These other ones are tapped great. That one just needs... The body hole lines up. That's okay. We can clean that up. We can clean it up. Love the comments. Oh, I know what you mean. Facebook comments take years off of our lives. Just slowly over time, the amount of frustration you want to express, like, no, the reason we did it this way is because my favorite ones are with the conspiracy. There's some good ones. They're like, what Axial was probably doing is thinking we should take and not do this because that's so great. Totally agree. So much fun. It's fun being in my shoes though, because I'm like, I work for a manufacturer, but I'm also media, and our market's so small that you guys still work with me just because. Like, I know he works for those guys and they help us as well, but God, I don't like him. I wish we didn't have to. No. It's pretty tight to use this battery box. I am still going to plan on using it, but I'm going to take it to the grinder and I'm going to cut off a corner. Yeah, seems I have no choice. Wait, who told you? Oh, I know. I can imagine the talks. Like, that guy's such a dick. We shouldn't. But he's gonna buy it himself anyway and then talk about it. So yes, we're gonna use the full size battery tray, but we're gonna do some clearancing to make things fit. Me? No. So that is fine and dandy there. It's gonna fit pretty well for the. We're gonna make it fit there. Like I said, I'm just these. You can see in the corners, down in there. It's real close. So that's what I would like to make fit just a little bit better. I'm not gonna do a ton of work to this thing off stream, but there's some of those little things that I'm gonna just get cleaned up and finish a little design of. Knock out. We do need to mount the Mamba X and his receiver. Now he sent a Spektrum receiver. This one looks like the one that's in the new Rift. Yep, 6-channel 6100 AT. So, what's this pigtail? Is that the antennas? No, what the hell is that? Why does it have a power wire? Somebody explain. I'm not a Spektrum user. Why does a receiver need a power wire? Holy crap. I've never seen this thing has a 63-page manual for a receiver. That's insane. The Rift has like a 9-page manual. The receiver has 63? God, I hope Rich didn't leave. I hope he can hear me complain about the manual on this first. It's a voltage port, I believe. Okay. 63 pages. That's nuts. Okay. I think the plan for these should be I'm glad Rich got to hear me complain about that before he left. All right. So we've got a Traxxas receiver box. Ooh, receiver just fits. Just fits. Now, obviously, Brian has to actually, well, no, he doesn't. I have all the electronics. I was like, he's got to install everything else. I'm like, oh crap, wait, I have it. Never mind. He has to just open it up to bind it. Now, are we going to be able to make this? How far will this servo reach? Just to give me an idea. It's got a mighty long wire. So channel 1 goes in, or steering is channel 1. 1 to steer, 2 to clear. And black to the outside typically, but they're all black. So I think that the black is, or the copper goes up. Hey, Jeremiah, thank you, sir. Hey, what have I missed? What are you building? We are building a custom truck tonight. A box of parts arrived earlier this week, and I opened it without knowing what was inside at the beginning of this stream, and we've been having a grand old time ever since. Some may disagree, but all right. I have that. We have a winch controller. We should not forget that. Signal wire is gray on the new reef servos. Well, it's not. Is it gray on this one? If it's gray, it is ever. Oh, you're right. It is ever so slightly gray. Man, like just barely. I mean, God, if you're gonna differentiate the color, at least make it different. Like that's. How many times did the skid come off? Okay, some stickers. This goes back in the box. Allow him to decide where that's going to go. So this is the RC4 Drive wired winch controller. One of these ends is going to go. So we have steering, throttle. Then we also have the auxiliary channel on the Mamba X, and we have a winch. So I'm going to put the winch in channel 4 on the receiver, which somehow, what am I doing? Why did I install it back in here when it's not in the receiver box? Then we've got a, okay. And one thing to note is that the RC4 Drive wired winch controller has the little tab on the receiver plug. So we have to actually cut that off because the Spectrum receivers aren't built for those. I do like that on the Futaba receivers, though. You know, being a Futaba guy and all. Now, I was kind of contemplating putting this receiver box towards the rear. I don't know that it has to go back there. There's not a lot of room up front, though. There's some room in the middle, the mid, but so we're going to put that black to the outside in channel 4. Got that in. Traxxas receiver boxes are awesome. They are pretty good, but God dang, they can be a little small. openings. Hey, Michael 5 Dime. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you for the donation. Good times. Okay. So now, lastly, we have the Mamba X cables. I'm going to force them both through. And then we're going to there we go. This is an odd way to do it. I agree, but I'm doing it this way so I can figure out where I'm going to mount it and have enough slack for everything without having to do extension cables. So I'm selfishly doing it like this for a reason. Okay. I sure hope that I'm correct on the orientation of the plugs, though. It's usually the black to the outside. I just don't know. I guess I could look at the manual, the 63-page manual in front of me. Let's do that. What page do you think something so simple is on? In 63 pages of manual, it says what the ports are. It doesn't say the orientation. Unless it's in text, but I just look for pictures. What's the extra wire for the Mamba X? That is an auxiliary port. It can be programmed to a number of different... No, it doesn't say. It can be programmed to a number of different things, and you can use it to adjust certain things from your radio. It's actually super nice. Is it not molded into the... I can't tell. Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's kind of got like paint is only on part. That's okay. I do have it right though. Lone Star RC guy, thank you very much. I retired a year ago, picked up RC, and now I have 23. Thanks for spending so much of my money. Seriously, I've enjoyed your content. Hey, well, thanks for joining us. But yeah, RC can be kind of addictive in those ways, especially when it's just like they can all do just something a little different or a little bit better than the other one. It's just like, well, you know, I should pick that up. You know what? I need that one. Like that one would be fun for this. So I did have the wire orientations right. Okay. So now we have all of that like that. And there does, I believe we need to keep the antenna cable inside of this. Yes, I believe that is correct. Okay. Oh. We got it all oriented. And you can see the bind plug enough to actually hit it. Okay, good. Come on. Just crawling. Oh, I see. I got it now. Always enjoy the streams, and thanks to Brian for keeping it interesting for tonight. Yes, thank you to Brian for sending some nice parts and his donation, of course. Yeah, that screw does not want to bite. I feel like that's not the right screw. Is that not from that package I opened? There's bigger ones. We'll use those. see if those work. A little bit of heat and no hole necessary. Wait, what? Playing Wreckfest while watching you scream. I do like myself some Wreckfest. I have not played any Wreckfest in like 2 weeks because I've been solid on videos and projects. The Rift was huge a huge amount of time. Okay. All right, looking good there. Jeremiah, thank you, sir. I have a new plan going to buy an SCX-10 slider and then put the VS410 chassis kit. Also might be picking up an 88 Ford Econ. Oh, I do like vans. SCX-10 with VS410 chassis is a fun little upgrade. A lot of fun to drive. It's super sturdy chassis, and then you can do whatever you want from there, of course. But the Econoline, I'm fully on board for this as well. When I first moved out to Sacramento, I lived with a roommate before Nicole moved out here, and he and I are still good friends. He's who we went up and visited when I went and got my Gladiator up in Washington. But he has a Econoline of about the same year, and it's that like Tic Tac green, you know, that like old kind of faded green color. All right, we're not going to dick with the seal and all that for now because of reasons. We're going to pull this back out for the 9th time. That sound has to be awful. I apologize for that. Getting there. Come on. Pivot. How many times can I make the pivot friends joke before that gets really old? Okay. So we're going to have to determine exactly where that receiver box is going to go. Pull that over there. Okay. So I feel like I would want the receiver box kind of here on the side. Oh, except, yeah, it'll work there. Now this thing doesn't. Oh, these must be the boat sides. They are. Those look good actually. It's got these boat side panels that go down here. So I saw the actual mounting spots for them, but I didn't actually see them. So okay, so that'll go over there. I'll find a way. I'll make a little aluminum plate that'll allow me to bolt the receiver box over there. Man, you know what would be a lot easier is if rather than even using this battery tray and modifying it and grinding it and then drawing up a panel or drawing up mounts to 3D print it, if I just CNC cut a whole plate that would go around that whole thing out of some ABS. I think we're going to do that. This thing's actually pretty heavy. I'm just going to make a whole floor. It's just a simple U shape, like there's nothing to it. So I can draw that up quick and then just buzz it out on the CNC, and it'll give me a spot to mount the motor, the ESC, the receiver box, the battery straps, the whole deal, and just be super simple, like just way easier than anything else. It'll save me more time than it would take for me to do any other way. So let's, if I consider that, then that will allow me to consider this all done. That would go into A, B. I do like when motors have pre-done bullet connectors on them. Holmes and Castle both do that. I really like. But if I do that, it'll allow me to, let me take off this panel so I can show you guys what I'm talking about a little easier. So I'm going to put this, the Mamba X on this side, right? And like where the little footwell would be. Receiver box go on, same thing on the other side. And then, so I'm just going to make a U-shaped piece of plastic that's ABS. It'll just fit along those side rock rails or like compartments. And then it'll go up and across the front, but it'll have the correct taper for the chassis. And then back around to the other side. I can make it fit well. It'll just be a solid platform all around. I should maybe make it 2 pieces so that I can fit it in here without having to be such a pain in the ass, though. So that is a not too hard project to do. That doesn't leave me anything to put in the rear. Oh, then I can easily put the winch controller on that panel as well, rather than having to find yet another flat mounting place. So okay, so that'll be done. All right, here's our options. I can kind of put this thing together a little bit. I'll put the body panels on this. You can see how this thing's going to look. We'll put the interior back in for one last shot. I'm going to put the interior, all the body panels, all of that on it. But that's kind of it. Like this is, other than actual doing the soldering to put whatever battery connector Brian would be running on it, and then doing like the final zip ties and all that, like this thing will be pretty complete. So I'm going to put that together. And then after that, if we still have an audience at all, I'm going to just fire up Fusion, take some measurements so that I can get things going. And then because that way I can just say, I'm going to do it later. Or if once we get to that point, everyone's done, we're going to call it for the night, and I'm going to finish that on my own time. Because tonight has been very successful. You guys have been awesome. We had a great crowd. Tons of chat. And I had a good time. I appreciate it. I enjoy spending my Friday nights here. I wish Nicole would have been with us, of course, but and I'm sure everybody else does as well. But I want to see what this thing looks like with all these panels mounted on. There's nothing quite as satisfying as seeing the finished panel assembly and all that. And I feel like we should just put all the body screws in. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the body hole that we need to re-tap that mount, which is, I do have the tap here, or I have my tap here, so we can easily do that. I'm gonna need to refill some screws. My little screw container here in front of me, I have 8, 10, 12, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 in each compartment. But each compartment I also have mixed with button head, cap head, and flathead. So I should really have, 3 different bins and all that. But I don't. I don't. And kind of need the drawer space to keep it like it is. I think Brian said these panels were done by Barn Dog. Uh, is it Barn Dog Fab or just Barn Dog Racing? And he's been around forever. He's an old school guy. Been into making RC panels. Um, so I've got a 3mm tap that I've got. So Vanquish makes these little. We make these little pieces here, and it's a little tool piece that allows you to put some sort of bit in it on your own. And I put a tap in it just because you always need M3 taps. So there we go. Yeah, smoothed out. I think we just had a little bit of a. I think there's a spot on the back. It always happens when you're trying to weld on body mount tabs, you know. Jeremiah says, sent you 2 pics of the van, also new axial rig. Do you think the interior will fit anything like SCX10 bodies or Proline bodies? Where'd you send me pictures? You have to tell me that. If you send it on my normal Facebook, I rarely check my normal Facebook messages. But if it's on like my Instagram, I'll probably see it. The new axial interior is not. There we go. That's smoother. Perfect. Just needed a tap ran through it. The new axial interior is going to be. I think it'll work okay, but it's got that ESC right in the middle, and so I think that it'll have some instances where people are not going to like it as much. Friday Night Live is great for me in Australia. Works out as a Saturday afternoon live. Hey, even better. Why are you TIG welding your cages and not from aluminum and thinking doing it is strong? So my TIG welder is a DC only TIG welder. So my TIG welder will not do aluminum. You need an AC TIG welder. I think ideally, maybe there's other ways to do it, but I mean like MIG spool guns and things like that. But also, I don't like aluminum tube chassis. They're not as strong. Usually they have to be much larger tube because usually they're like 3000 grade aluminum because you can't use 6000 series like the Ripper is 6061. But you can't bend 6061 aluminum rod, you know, so it just cracks. So it's like it's a whole different situation. So for me, TIG welding is great because I can do steel, which is my preferred material to work with for strength and all the other reasons. And brazing is super clean and fun to do as well. Do you have any thoughts on the Trax UDR or Losi Brenthal trophy truck? So the UDR I think looks awesome. I've never owned one. I don't really have a lot of that stuff, like that type of truck as much. I think the UDR is awesome, but I do love the way that Losi Brenthal looks. Granted, it is IFS IRS rather than like a true solid axle. So for that, maybe it gets a little bit of a tick. Honestly, if I was going to buy a truck like that right now, the truck that I want is the Mojave, the Arrma Mojave. It's big. It looks rad. I hear it's durable. I just like it. So. Right. So that on there. Let's drop the top on. Brian, you may have to replace some of these body screws with some 4 mils. I think a lot of these, I'm almost out of 4 mils. I had some mixed in there, so some of these are 8 mils. But I'm assuming that this is going to get painted or wrapped or something. Some stickers, so it'll have to come off at least once, right? Just got an EXB Mojave. Yeah, that I kicked around the idea, man. I really like. Just don't know. I'm like, if I'm gonna spend the money on something right now, I'm just like, am I gonna use that as much? And it's always hard for like, or would it be better for me to just buy more of the things that are in my area so that I can make content off of them and then be able to try and make, because that's like the big struggle. It's like if I spend $600 or $800 on something, like it is expensive to do YouTube. So I want to try and do something where I can get some of the money from it to be able to keep making content. LN, or I'm wondering, I can't tell if this says L, like LINR, left inner. So maybe this goes on the left side on the inner. Let's see if that fits. I think so. I noticed the bolt pattern on these panels, not exactly the same left to right. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're not going to start filing on that at least. Okay. Where did you learn to weld? Because I want to learn to weld. I just tried it. I bought myself a TIG welder. My very first TIG welder was a Thermal Arc 95S. I bought it at Napa in Kansas City and just kept going. I screwed up. I looked up, watched YouTube. I screwed up more, and just until I figured it out. I never had anybody teach me. I'm definitely not I would not say that I'm a good welder. I can hack my way through things enough, and I've learned enough that I feel like I have clean enough joints to be happy with. But I've never had anybody teach me like proper methods. I've learned a lot of things from people in YouTube in like I'll do a YouTube video welding a cage, and then I remember, God, I don't remember what I was working on, what project, but one of the guys named Johnny Franz, and he's a local guy here who I've crawled with before, but he was like, hey, you should check out this method. And I was just like, I've never heard of such a thing. And I YouTubed it, and it was just like, wow, that looks perfect. So there's a lot of people in the comments that are way more experienced than me. I'm just okay putting myself on the internet doing things wrong. There we go. The Mega Mud Truck. Was it the Mud Truck? Can't remember. Don't recall. I purchased in on the internet 10 months ago. Brian, you bought this 10 months ago? I waited 4 months to get it. I forgot what site I ordered it from. Oh, man. So you've had it 6 months. This is my one and only cage truck. Hey, you know what, though? It's a pretty decent truck. Overall, like every caged build has its own struggles. This one had some of the least struggles of any cage truck I've dealt. I don't know that there's many other cage trucks that I could get to this type of status in a night. or while doing a live video, especially. That one just doesn't want to start either. This one we might have to tap as well. We'll see. Yeah, it just doesn't. I don't want to risk breaking a bolt off in it. Just one little tick in it. You can tell that it just had a little bit of a piece of something in the threads from welding. Wasn't the mud truck a TRX4 with lift kit? I've done a number of mud trucks. I did a fully caged mud truck that I welded the cage on from the ground up with and it had Kyosho Mad Force axles on it, and we used Traxxas Emax tires that we narrowed down to 3/4 of an inch. That was before you could buy any sort of mud tire. Boom. Let's clean up some tools for a moment. I'll put this thing on the stand and kind of spin it around and show you guys some things about it before we cut out of that. Lots of tools for tonight. The orange and white body. Yeah, that was my fully welded Mega Mud Truck. Honestly, that mud truck is like one of my most popular videos, is it running in a mud. And it's like the weakest mud competition ever. It was awful. And it's like one of my most popular videos on the channel, and I hate it. It's the worst video I've ever done. It's ridiculous. Hey Josh, I'm building the Ibex Goat chassis you designed, scaled down to 80% for the SCX-102 style axles. Would it be possible to run the VFD trans in it? If you're going to need an offset front axle is the thing. The VFD transmission requires an offset front axle to clear. So if you do that, then yes. So, Josh, what's up, man? Joining late, great videos on the riff. Hey, thank you very much. The riff videos have been pretty popular. That's for sure. So we're almost cleaned up here. The good news is that Brian gets most of his screw kit back. 2.0. Try and get my drivers back in the correct spots. Got some shavings down. Lines Tech does most viewed videos of an RC fire truck from about 70. I know, isn't that freaking hilarious? And it's a terrible video too. Now I want to see this rig run. Well, this one is going to be we are not going to have time to finish this truck on here. I've got enough of those projects. This is a great project for tonight that I'm going to do a little bit more work on before it's ready to leave, but it's going to turn out pretty good. I think the most surprising discovery of the night for me is that the Spectrum receivers come with a 63-page manual. I mean, that's ridiculous. Okay. Putting my screw kit away. I'll show you guys around this thing a little more. Got a bunch of stickers and crap. Rid of this. So here is the let's go to disregard all of the wires we have sticking out and such. Oh, the camera felt like slowly panning itself. I don't know why it's doing that. Well, I know why, but it's annoying either way. Um, so it's actually got a really good stance. The suspensions. I mean, not like we don't have any fluid in the shocks, but it's got good clearance and good travel. It uses almost the full shock shaft before any issues. Now it does appear to be built for a sway bar, as this rear tube right here is hollow. I don't think I'd run one on this chassis though. I think I'd leave it like it is. It needs a couple of things to figure out for mounting. We've got normal play for the skid plate that's used, I think. But it's just a solid little build. I think that the best thing is going to be if the rear gets just some. It's got 4 mounting holes back there. I think that it needs some detailing out. I'd find some sort of fuel cell to put back there. Definitely no sleeping bags or anything like that. But just it just needs some basic detailing back there. Like I said, a fuel cell and maybe I don't know, a couple other things. It's got this rear shelf back here. This is probably made for a spare tire to sit, but that's not my style either. I think that yeah, looks good. Might have to look around for one now. You know what? It wasn't bad. I think he said he paid like $300 for the chassis. Am I correct? 2 fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers would be reasonable. I would not be. I would not think that would be a bad choice. We need running video of this, Brian. Yes, Brian, do it, and then if you link it to me on Instagram, I can share it for people to see. And a radiator with fans is a great idea. That would ease. I think putting that back up in the rear area, kind of like, well, I'm partial to that because that's how I did it on the Ripper. You could easily make some mounts off of the lower shock mounts to come up and hold it, give you an area to bolt things in. A couple of mounting tabs, some details, and this thing will be great. Just a fun. I mean, you're not going to hurt it. That's the thing. It's got a bulletproof drivetrain on it. It's F9s, all built, super built links. The chassis is going to be rigid. You're not going to hurt. You're going to dent panels and add character, but that's it. It's just going to. Window net's a good idea. Fuel cell and radiator. Yep. What happened with the chassis that you bought? Mine is right down there. If you guys want to compare the Capra one to it, I had a lot of issues with the Capra one, and I felt it rode way too tall. Look at the ride height difference here. Like I can fist the Capra. This one is just like two fingers, about perfect, right? This one sat way too tall. The suspension didn't like that's as far down as it can go, about half the shock shaft travel before this binds up. Way but this has got the right ride height. This is what I would want to see. Now I know this has portals. That's part of it. But there was just issues with this. Really, Jack? I know, obviously. It's late in the stream. We've lost the. If you're here this long, you have a longer attention span than any kid of that age. Did they tell you anything after your video email? No. They're like, you can send it, you can mail it back to us, and it's like, okay. And they were like, that's an option, but I already had everything. It's just like, there's not much you could do really, Mailing it back was about the only option, I guess, but still, yeah. Whatever. I wasn't happy with this. It looks cool in theory, and if you could get it down to where it needed to, maybe on straight axles, but this looks better. It looks like a proper scale truck. I just wasn't happy with this. It's got super awesome axles. They're all Vanquish Capra. And it had a Vanquish transmission in it that I stole for some other project on a Friday night. And It just sucked because somebody could have bought that, spent all that money, and then been stuck. Be like, this is shit. Like, this is awful. Yeah, it was the first time I cussed, and it was because of my truck, not even this one. See, you know. Um, there you go. Solid build. I'm gonna do those. Oh, I will say that the I'm gonna you can see my cut here for the dash. That's the only gap. You know, I could have technically left some material in between there. I didn't really think or plan that way. I think that little gap, I would accept that on my own truck. So I feel that that's reasonable. Everything else is good. So I want to thanks everybody. We did 3 hours to 4 hours tonight. No way. Yikes. That is crazy long. Um, thanks everybody for hanging out. It was an awesome night. You guys were great. If you have any questions, get them in now. We've got, we'll do 3 minutes. And then we're going to cut this thing off. We'll cut it right at 4 hours. I'm still here because I have been wrenching on a friend's rig the whole time. Enjoy the stream, Josh. You've been wrenching on a friend's rig for 4 hours? It's great. You're a good friend. I also have silver Vanquish center caps for the wheels with the new Vanquish black scale hardware. There you go. That'll look good. Put the Ripper next to it. I've got that one. And it's got a bunch of stuff that's like not done on there. Otherwise, I would. Sorry. Hit the like button, yes, before you go. We're 379 or 400 likes, but 379 people. So we did pretty well. We did pretty well. Where did the panels come from? Panels were made by Barn Dog Racing. And I know that you can find them on rccrawler.com. I'm assuming they have a Facebook page. So look up Barn Dog Racing. That's who did the panels. Nice job, great Rick Brown. Yeah. Before you go, Rift or LMT? Rift all day long. No question to me between those two, which one I would pick. I would have 2 Rifts beforehand. Not because I think the LMT is bad, but it's just because I think the Rift is a blast and it's the type of truck I like to drive. So I would have 2 Rifts before the LMTs. There you go. Idiocracy is on in the background. It seems like a documentary. Know what you mean. Own it. Love the movie. I've been finishing my Enduro Builders kit. Good stream tonight. Good. Just when I had my mind set on the Capra, Axel comes out with the new, very different trucks. Rift and Capra, like opposite ends. One is made for slow going. The other one is made for just like blast. So I would have 3 Rifts before I bought another Capra. One fits my style better. At this time, it sounds like the Rift is something else. I loved the Rift. I really do. Like it's just the type of rig I really enjoy. Someone else asked as well, drive shaft phase explanation in details before closing. There are some really good like 1960s, 70s videos on phase, but basically, it's so hard to show without just 10 o'clock, my 10 o'clock alarm. Drive shaft phasing, I would Google U-joint phasing because there's some like super old videos that just show you how U-joints go fast and then slow and then fast and then slow and then fast and then slow. And when you have the joints opposite from each other, or just out of whack at all, basically you have that fast and slow on both ends, and it causes this really weird output. The input can be smooth and the output can be super jerky. But if you put them matching each other on both sides, those fast and slow movements counteract each other if the angles are the same on both sides. So the smooth input will equal a smooth output as long as your U-joints are in phase and your outputs are parallel. That probably doesn't make sense. I absolutely look up the video because there's a great video on that, and there's a great video done by the same people on how a differential works and how or why independent suspension works better than, say, IF or than leaf springs or whatever else. So absolutely Google those because they're just like super informative videos that are things that are great to understand in the world, not just for RC cars. 10:01. We are killing this thing off. Thanks as always. Let me go through everybody who, you guys were awesome. I appreciate all of the donations. But before we go, let me say thanks to all these people. Mark Cargill, Sam C, Quack RC, Brian as well on his truck here. Thanks for the truck, for sending the truck to build and the donation. Tor for the Knox, Jeremy Burris, Josh Waite, MTB Ripper 177, buy some bubbly on the SGRC. Mark Cargill again with the camera view reminder. Eric Baker, man, did I miss some of his? I can't remember at the time. I apologize if I did. F Charger TV, Taylor Crawler Hub, Dale C, Gene Master, RC Dave Charged Up, Gigabit Games here. Glowing Tomato, I just think that's a freaking hilarious username. Robin Moore, Brent James, Jeremiah Salberg, Michael 5 and Dime, Lone Star RC Guy, Just Crawling. Wow. And Squints Palladorus. Did I just miss that? Oh, I didn't read his name before. Again, that's it for tonight. Have a good weekend, guys. We will check in Sunday if you want to watch STL Sunday where we draw stuff in 3D. You guys killed it. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. See you next week.